Beep 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 beep. Okay, well I guess this is the just chatting part of my stream. Alrighty. So as I think I just showed it. Let's see. Here we go. I have a bunch of stuff up there. Half of those, I need to get rid of some of the apps on my computer, man. Some of them I don't even use. But yeah, we're waiting. We got a bit of time to kill. I didn't realize that Elsword would have so many updates. Then again, it's one of those games that's still constantly being supported. So I don't really know why I'm surprised at this point, but the only downside is that it means that I wasn't anticipating it, so I didn't install stuff earlier, so... Unfortunately, I will run stream overtime to accommodate, because I was not anticipating to have to, you know, download a whole bunch of stuff before stream. I think that's mostly I think that's on me, but I also, I guess that it's one of those things where I don't think about this game as often as I think I should. I guess what I say is, whenever I stream a game, I usually try to at least keep it in my memory as much as I can. And it's weird because Elsword fits in this unique space where I've played it enough times where I should remember more about it, but every time I come back into it, I feel like I have to re-remember everything I ever saw of it, you know? Like, I straight up just do not recall half the stuff that happens when we play this game. And it's more or less, I think, because I'm more focused on... I guess it is because I'm focused on having to relearn the game every time I play it. So it's kind of this interesting space where, because I have to keep remembering it, I don't ever get to form more memories, if that makes sense, you know? It's sort of like if you've ever been to a theme park more than once, but you're not a regular, you know? I guess that would be the way I'd describe it. Because when you go to a theme park, if you've been to a theme park 3 times, right? You say you've been to a place 3 times. Like, I'll use a personal example. I'll use Disney World. Because I remember as a kid, I got to go, I think it was actually exactly, no, I went 2 times. But the thing is, I went once in the mid-2000s, which was when the Sorcerer's Hat was still there. I don't know if it's still there, though. Funny thing, I've been there since the 2000s. Because the last time I went was with the marching band when I was in, I think, the 6th grade. Because I was still an equipment kid. I had to carry the banner and stuff. And I remember we did the, you know, it's like that thing that marching bands do where they do the parade through Epcot. And then it's just like, that's just the thing you do. You do the parade in Epcot, and then you have one day where you're not at the theme park to just hang out. And the rest of the week you're there to do theme park stuff. And both times I went, I remembered just enough where I'm like, oh, I think I know where we're going. And not enough where I could actually say, oh yeah, here's what we'll do the whole week. It was like I knew enough, but not so much. Thankfully, I was with somebody who has been to Disney. Like I think he went every year as a kid, so we knew where to go and when and where to go. You know, and that was pretty cool. But I feel like with some games are like that. I think especially games that are like MMO lights, or like MMOs in general. I think where if you're not playing it every day, and you're not a regular, but you keep coming back, you come back to it every once in a while, I feel like inadvertently it ends up feeling a lot less familiar every time you come back, because like, you know, apparently stuff changes every time. I would actually say if I went back to play Wizard 101, I probably would be even more confused than the first time I played, because the places change when you go back to play them later. And not many other games have that same feeling of, oh, this whole place is different now. It's not like, because like in real life, you go to a theme park, and every few years, if you go to the same theme park like every other year, you'll probably find that there is like a bunch of stuff different, even if not a ton of things have moved. It's just all those little changes that they make to things, and the particular day you go, the whole place feels different, you know? I think the one I can think of that feels the most like that is... I know Pennsylvania's Hershey Park. I think sometimes it's like I don't even have a cultural memory of it. I've just been there enough times where it's like you go there enough times and you go, okay, I know this place, but then you go back and you're like, this is new. Is it new? You know, you have that feeling of like, is this new, or is it just been so long since I've been to this place? I think MMOs feel like living places more than any other game. I think the other game I know that feels like also is any game. I think it's also with games where they update them. They've been being updated for years. So if you played it as a kid and you come back to it now, it's like, oh, this is all different from what I remember. I guess with Elsword, the tough thing is that every time I come back, it feels like it does feel different because it is different. And in some ways, I think it's not necessarily a Ship of Theseus problem, because I don't think that's what it is. I think it's more like, it feels more like when you're standing in a city and you've seen it grow, and it's like seeing a person grow. You know, it's like, oh, this person has grown up. I know that this is the same person, but that doesn't register in my mind that they're the same person. Because, oh, look, they're like 3 feet, like, you know, it's like when you meet like a, for me, it's with my niece and nephew, where it's like, okay, every time I see them and they're just that bit more, they're a bit taller, they're talking more, you know, they're more autonomous in that sense, you know, they're not like little kids anymore. It's like, oh, this is weird. It's very weird, you know? And I feel like that's something that happens pretty regularly, you know, where it's like, oh, okay, I see what's happening. And that's something that it feels like with MMOs. I think it's really cool, though. It's a really fascinating thing to see in gaming. But it also sometimes means that if you're not that particular type of player who's playing every day, it feels very weird, you know? It does mean that you end up feeling a bit strange every time you enter the space. Also, on the side, I am trying... My mom brought back a new wine. It's like a Moscato, but it's a little lighter, and it's nice. It's called Whiny Bitch, and I like it. Yeah. I like to have a glass of wine with dinner sometimes. Not like all the time. I don't want to make a dependency of it. Because it's like, it's one of those things where you never want to be... it sounds like a no-duh thing to say, where it's like, yeah, you don't want to be dependent on substances, but it's like... I think it's very easy to look at stuff like that and be like, okay, what is a dependency? And it's like, if you can go 3 days without it, you're good, you know? If you can still make the choice to not have something, I think that's good. Sort of like the illusion of choices if you're because like I actually know that that's interesting with MMOs. I guess it's related because I've seen, you know, back in the day, the old stereotype for MMOs was that these are like internet addicted, you know, like mentally addled dudes who live in their basements. I'm grateful that stereotype has mostly dimmed. It kind of seems like now it's just people who don't go out often. There's a stereotype for that now, but I don't think it's... I think that the MMO has become a bit more understood. I actually remember talking to a professor about MMOs, about like studying social, like how social circles form in MMOs, because they actually used the World of Warcraft, the epidemic that happened a long while ago with that particular disease, and they use that to study modern, you know, like real world diseases. So it's fascinating. But MMOs are it's interesting that they're the most social of games, though. I think people back in the day didn't really consider them such, and I think most of that, not all of it, but most of it was just that it was because they were, you know, these were games you could play for days on end and not really exit, you know, you could play an MMO and pretty much not stop playing, and because I think MMOs are the hardest to ever complete. You know, you can't complete an MMO the same way you complete something like Mario or a Zelda game, or heck, I'd even say there's like some really big games that you can still technically 100% and complete. I don't think you can do that with MMOs. Like, most MMOs are made to be basically, you don't finish them per se, you just decide your journey's over. Kind of like, it's more like you're deciding when to end the book, rather than deciding, oh, the book will never end, truly. You know, it's like, I don't know, I guess it's fascinating when you see something like an MMO where it's like, okay, cool, this has a specific function, I guess I would put it. Also on the side, I've been, probably bad of me, but I've been playing Star Rail. I've been playing some you know what? I should not have done that. I've been playing the Currency Wars mode, which has been, I think, a fun addition to the game. I think it's a little It's a little odd to my eye. I think it's a little strange at times, but it's fun. I feel like I guess this game could also be a good example. Something where it's, you know, you make regular additions to something. When is it? I guess you could put it in the Ship of Theseus question, but when does it become something entirely different when you've added enough to it, you know? And I think sometimes it's a hard question to answer if something is still the thing you showed up for originally, you know? Sometimes it really does actually stop being the thing that you originally knew. I guess in a way people are like that too, you know? You've known them, you know them long enough, and it's like, when after a certain number of years, are they still the same person you met when you first talked to them, you know? Ah, I think Elsword is starting. See if I can get it to pop open properly. The other thing I need to make sure is that my controller still works with it. I remember using my controller last time with it, but honestly, I feel like every time I end up, I feel like this is another thing that I keep forgetting is, like, how does my controller work with this? So we'll see. Okay, there's Elsword. I clicked on it, probably foolishly. Stop clicking on it, ODaM. It's fine. Why is OBS throwing a hissy fit? Are we good? Good. I think we're fine. We'll give it a moment. It'll be fine. Oh, jeez. Oh, God, I forgot my Elsword login. Hang on. I gotta log into this. What was my login? What was my login? This is the stuff I should have done off stream. Okay. Okay. You know what I am gonna do is I'm gonna turn off that display capture, so in case I accidentally type an N. No response from sir. Oh, wait. What? Looks like you haven't logged in for 90 days. Ah. Boy. You know what? I just realized. I think this is exactly what happened for the last time I did this too. I didn't do it on stream though, because I checked this out before I started. Oh boy. You know what though? I think this is on me. I haven't played Elsword since, so that makes sense. Okay, gotta make a new password. Alright, that should do it. Alright, type in the new password. Okay. Alright. What do you mean the passwords are not matched? Are you sure? Okay, how about now? Error processing your request. Serious? Ah, crap. You gotta be kidding me. So, they tell me to make a new password. This is what I get. I feel like this is me. This is just what I get for not doing my due preparation for this one again. Okay. We good? See you in game soon. I don't need to log in here. I think I just need to... Oh, it closed Elsword. That's why. Well, that's annoying. So why does it close Elsword if I'm gonna... Yeah, whatever. I guess it's just because that's just what it does. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, Elsword's fine. Why are you downloading again? Don't do this. What do you mean you're downloading? I just downloaded. Okay, no, we're good. Needed to download, I guess, a tiny file to remind me that... Remind me of my sins, I suppose. Alright. I'm waiting for it. Alright, there it goes. Ah, jeez. I feel like this is one of those things that I guess it's just because I don't play. I don't really do daily login games all that well. Not that I don't have any, because I have my I can have 2 at a time. That's how I usually put it. Is that because like I can play, like I have 2 I call them gotcha games that I have at a time, and right now I have Star Rail and Uma Musume, and those are the 2 I can handle at a time. I don't think I can do more than 2 daily games at a time. I think it's just a little too much for me. I think some of it's also because the format of gacha games is that they're not meant to be played all the time, which I think works better for me, given that of how much, like the work I do. Because I don't really want to, stop what I'm doing all the time to keep playing a game that requires a lot of time and effort, and it's every day. You have updated. Yeah, I know, it's fine. Good? Why are you like this? Elsword closed again. You've got to be kidding me. What is wrong with you? Okay, why? Being so weird. Security pin. Board off keyloggers and oh, for the love of God. Why do I need? Okay, wait. I didn't even get to see what it said when I loaded up Elsword the last time. Why did it? Oh, brother. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. So, did it kick me back here because I don't have security questions? Is that what it wants me to do? Oh, brother. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, this is not what I was expecting when I was gonna load this game up. I was expecting to have to do some haberdashery, but this is like a lot. What is this, Cog? What are we doing here? Also, what are these security questions? What is this? What are these questions, ma'am? They're just weird. Also, why are these on a freaking why are these on an MMO? Brother and a half. This is really silly. God. Okay. So now I have to try logging in again. Oh my God. If it doesn't work the 3rd time, I'm loading up. I'm gonna pop open the Switch thing. I'm going to the other scene. I'm playing Tetris. I'm gonna go play NES games for a night if Elsword keeps doing this. Swear to G. Maybe I just need to threaten it enough. Maybe that'll work. Just threaten Elsword with, I'll go stream something else. I don't care. And I'll be mad about it. I was actually kind of excited to play this again, because it's been too long. We play it once a year. Oh, jeez. It's been 20 minutes. I've spent 20 minutes getting all this stuff, like, getting this ready. Oh, jeez. Don't worry. I think if we get Elsword started, I'll go overtime so we actually get 4 hours of gameplay. I'll make sure we actually get 4 hours, but if it's gonna keep throwing hissy fits about me logging in, I'm gonna be a little upset. Like, brother, I guess this is I guess this is what it is too. I guess I don't know. Like, what? Why is it being so finicky about me? I guess it's good that they have such great security for this, but. Okay, back to the login. Okay, can I actually log in now? Yeah. Okay, can I log in? Am I good? Okay, I might be good. I'm gonna wait until I'm waiting until the menu music starts up for me to say that I'm actually good. I'm waiting. I'm not letting this get me like a false sense of hope. I'm gonna wait and see. If it loads, we're good. Are we good? We might be good. Oh, finally. Okay, we're good. Window capture. Properties. There we go. I need to fix this really quick, so give me a moment. Transform. No crop. There we go. There we go. Alright. Need to pull this back up. I'll need to adjust the size of it really quick because this box is a little small. Make sure, is that good? It looks a little bit off. I don't know what it is, but something... I haven't heard this music in a while. Let me see, is that better? Tap. Let's see if that's better. That looks better. I think it's just because it's supposed to be at 10 and 10. I think it's supposed to be what it is. Properties. Not properties. Does make me feel like I need to go check the, I feel like I need to go check the other scene at some point and make sure that it's at the right spot. Okay, is that good? Yeah, that looks right. Alright, that looks good. Okay. I'm gonna go check that really quick. Actually, I'm just more curious than anything. Is this actually correct or not? Transform. Is this right? Yeah, this one's right. I think it's funny this one's right actually. I'm gonna really quickly add a. It's effect filters. I think it's sharpen. Yeah, it's sharpen. I like sharpen because it does make things a little bit nicer to look at. Okay, let me pull this. I don't think, yeah, it doesn't. There's always that little bit at the bottom of the screen that gets like clipped off, just because I want to make it as wide as possible, so it's large. There we go. All right, that's better. Good gracious, man. Okay. Well, that took me longer than I wanted to get logged in, but that's okay. Hey, how's it going, Neo? Hope you're doing good. Okay, we're playing. What's her name again? I always forget her name. What's her name? Rose. I just remember that she's the character I keep playing as every time. Every time. Oh god, here we go. Hope you're doing well today. Okay, let's see. Let's see if we remember how the controller works. Oh, it still works. Okay, it still works. Okay, what is... Okay, this is gonna be a lot, ain't it? Anne. Oh, it's Anne. That's right. Her name's not Rose, it's Anne. Am I crazy? What is your name again? I'm just realizing, what is your name? Don't know any of that stuff. Okay. Oh, I don't have the capture cursor on. Hang on. Properties. Cursor. I'll get cursor back on so that... There we go. At the very least, I can make sure that's still good. Whoa. Soldier state of mind. Oh no, her name is Rose. Why am I so confused? Alright, got some new emotes. Oh, very good, very good. Nice when you get that sort of stuff in anyway. What am I doing? Oh god. Yeah, this is gonna be one of those I forget everything type stuff. Oh jeez. This is what happens when I don't play a game for too long. Let's see, inventory. What do I have again? Oh god, I have a bunch of stuff I don't need. What the heck is all this? Unequivocable. Weapon exclusively for Elsword. Oh, I don't need any of this. Okay. What do I do with you? Dismantle. I'll just clear this stuff out of my inventory, I guess. I don't really know. Selected dismantled items cannot be restored. Weapon. Oh, these are for E. Yeah, these are for characters I don't have. What does I type dismantle? I have to type dismantle. Okay, there we go. Okay. What else do we even have anyway? I have no idea what we're doing. I know I'm level 84. I should probably check my controls so I know what our controls are. Options. What do we got? Hey, yeah, Joe, how's it going today? Got the 15 stream streak. Holy crap. Oh, this is very good. Most excellent. I hope you're doing well today. I'm getting my footing back in this game. I do not remember anything. We're done with this. I guess it'd be under... Is it under keyboard? Custom hotkey. What do we got? Light attack, heavy attack. Why is skill slot 1 also set to X? Oh, it's LB plus. It's LB and RB plus buttons. Okay, I see. I understand. Okay, so LB and RB plus buttons give us the controls. Got it. We're gonna have to mess with stuff a little bit to get back into this. I'm upset because my phone got lightly run over by a car yesterday. How does something get lightly run over by a car? That's a little confusing, but kind of impressive. Okay, we're just gonna need to use. We're gonna just have to use a mousing key. Speak to Eidola. Okay. What was I doing? Wasn't demolished, so it was quite light. Oh, that's good. How's it going today, Naractum? Hope you're doing well. What is happening right now? Let's see, so... oh, that's right. We were dealing with that fire priestess lady. Oh yeah, we met this guy Ad recently. I'm so confused. I do not understand what's happening anymore. I don't know what's happening. Who the heck are all these people again? I don't know what's happening anymore. You know what's funny? This is the other thing I've realized with these games that I'm really confused by. I think Tired Crow called past 2 days in malls actually busy. Oh, I see. I don't know what's happening anymore. I'm gonna keep it real. There's only one. If there's anything that's kind of difficult with MMOs too, if you leave for too long and you forget what was happening in the story, I don't know what's happening anymore. I have no idea who any of these people are. I have no idea who these people are. Who the heck is this guy? Just, I have no idea what's happening. I have no idea who these people are. I am so confused. I guess this is another thing with these types of games where it's like, okay, how do you begin to reacclimate to a story if you haven't been there in ages? And I think at this point it is kind of like, okay, I don't know if I can truly be back in. But I suppose it's similar when if you've ever finished a game for you finished it so long ago that you don't really know what's going on anymore. I don't know who this is. Everybody speaking languages I don't know. I don't know what's happening, but we definitely somewhere. Who are you people? I have no idea where I am. I just know that this is the fireplace, and I remember it. I guess with any game like this, I imagine for people who are very familiar with it, they know the stories well and they know this place well. But I do kind of wonder. I wonder for myself, how is this going to feel coming back to it after so long? I think it's also a little tough I'm thinking about how I've played so many different games in the last year. Because what I usually end up doing is like most of my memory is focused on keeping what is currently what's currently on the docket. You know, like right now it's the Fuga games and Ace Attorney, right? And while I remember broad brushstrokes and the majority of important things about each game I play, over time I do know that there's a certain amount that I can't hold on to for long, like individual game mechanics, and I think sometimes it's even the controls. I have to relearn the controls every time I come back. Some games are a little bit more, you know, baked in. Like I remember the controls of, I think Custom Robo's one I still remember pretty well. Smash Brothers I don't think will ever leave me, control-wise. But there are some games where it's been, if I go too long in between playthroughs, I will end up having to relearn how the controls feel in my hands. Let's see, what am I doing? Quests available. What am I looking at here? Which one of these? All right, which one am I supposed to? Because there's an exclamation point on all of them, so I'm kind of. You know, let me check my quests. Which quest am I looking at? Limit break. Okay, well that's not what I wanted. No. Miller's training, blue flame disrupt. What the? Oh, this one. Okay, so clear. Oh, good God. Blue flame disruptor. Clear collapsing temple of fire. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Okay, start now. Okay, cool. I hope you're able to keep up with the work, though, Narachnim. Okay, do we remember how to play? We'll see. We'll see if we remember how to play the video game. Oh God. Okay. I'm getting cooked. Let's see. Let's see if we remember our buttons. See if we remember our buttons. Well, that's pretty good. Okay, I'm remembering some of our buttons. Okay, buttons are remembered for the most part. Maybe. I'm remembering at least some of our buttons, but good lord. I'm remembering some buttons, but not all. Holy crap. Oh, come on, the ad break shows up right now? Jeez. Okay. Getting back into it, though. You need more mana. Yes, I do. Okay. Well, that was easy. All right, we're remembering. We're getting it back into it. We're getting it back into it. Not bad. Ow. I feel like the combat feels different than it used to. Like something feels different. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's my memory of it. I don't know. Something feels different. I'm not sure what it is. But it might also be my memories of this place. I don't know. Like I can't really put my finger on what's different right now. Which button is it? Trying to remember all my buttons. I straight up do. I probably could just swap to mouse and keyboard, but I know that my controller has been pretty nice for convenience, and also so I don't blast people's ears with keyboard clacking noises. I kind of prefer. I do prefer not making keyboard noises when I can. It is my preference for this sort of stuff. I know I don't know if controller noises are much better, but I think they're quieter at least, so just because I have the ability to control that a bit better. What is happening? What did I just do? She just like got evaporated. I don't even know why. Yeah, I don't really know what's happening anymore. I guess another thing too is I'm not really sure about, I would say specifically my, let's see, is it this one? I don't actually know the higher level play anymore either. Because I probably at least had some idea how to play this game earlier. At least remember some things now. Ow. I'm getting sauced, but it's okay. Oh, that's right. The numbers are for... Since numbers are for the... Ow. Since numbers are for healing items, I'll have to change costumes constantly if I need to heal. That's alright. I feel like now this game is sort of fallen out of my understanding in a weird way, if that makes sense. At least I remember some of my buttons. Ow. Okay, well, I just destroyed his health bar. I have no idea what's happening anymore. He's dead. Well, he died really hard, so that's good. He died insanely hard. He died insanely hard. I don't even know what happened. What? Okay, I have a question. What's the deal with getting weapons for characters you're not playing as? Is it supposed to be for selling or just like because they want to make sure that everybody gets a chance, or is it burning butt? What? Interesting. Complete now. We can complete this one. Complete. All right. And complete. And complete. I'm gonna be honest, I feel like it might be better for us it might be better for me mentally if I just it's very bad of me, but I think the story we're so far outside of the story that it might be worth it to just keep going. Like we're playing the game, but I don't know if I understand. I don't think I remember enough anymore to be able to keep track anymore. Which is kind of a shame, because I know this game has a fair bit of world building. But I also feel like I'm only going to get more confused because I don't remember anything. Which is a shame. I just think it's more of a shame to me than anything. Interesting, this format, this season pass type thing. It's interesting that more games have taken to it over time. Don't know if I fully agree with it for every game, but I think for games with daily logins, it seems like a thing to do. It's certainly not awful, but I do think it's a bit strange at times. Let's see, where do we need to go now? Okay, so Grand Cavern. So we have to do this one now. It's so funny that you can see the maps and all that stuff before you even get to get the story mode for it. It was kind of interesting. I don't know what she's saying, but you keep spitting. Oh, jeez. I do still like the enemy designs a fair bit, though. These still look pretty good. Alright, use the Glock. Forgot, the entire impetus of Rose's character is just, yeah, but she has a gun. She has a gun, so, I mean, we're probably gonna win, right? Just like, alright, cool, just shoot him. It's like, all these guys have magic and weird stuff or whatever. It's like, yeah, whatever, man, just shoot him. Just shoot him with a gun. This kind of seems silly when you consider the idea of like, oh yeah, I have this big sword, I have magic, I have a gun. Like, I has nothing. God's Caliber, 45 ACP versus magic. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that was not the person I wanted to shoot, but it did work, so that's fine. Which... Oh, he's dead. Shot him in the butt. Oh, he can't crouch spam, that's right. I forgot this game doesn't have a crouch. Whoa. Nice effects, though. I like the map. I still like the map layouts. They still look really cool. I think my description of this game being a set, like, if I were to describe to somebody who didn't have any thoughts, it's just like, man, this game really does scratch the itch though for if you wanted to play Subspace Emissary and Smash Brothers Brawl, but you actually wanted to have like, like you want it to be its own like its own mode, like its own game rather. I guess it would be the better way to put it. You know, I will say I keep forgetting which buttons are which ones are which keys. That definitely isn't helping me in terms of remembering my buttons. Okay, so is it... I don't remember which button it is. Ah, what are you gonna do? I guess similarly, it's... with a lot of login games, I usually end up having trouble staying longer because if it's less convenient for me to log into them as well. And more, I guess more specifically, it's like if it's a game, if I'm gonna log into it and it becomes a dedicated, I'm going to play this thing, it's a little different. Because like, I'm thinking about currently Honkai Star and Uma Musume with my login games. I can play both of those, like, kind of to the side if and still do something. Like, I can still go and work on something else while I can work on something else while they're going. You know, like I can do auto battle for Star Rail, and Uma Musume you can kind of just tap with a hand kind of thing, and you're good. But with a lot of other gacha games, they become like, okay, you're gonna play the game, not you can play the game while mentally kind of like it lets you kind of like juggle mentally what you're doing. I guess the weird way I'd put it is it's like I think the optimal place for a game like that is to be just engaging enough where you can stop and like focus in on it if you really want to. But if you're just trying to do like little things, then you can kind of like take it easy. Like this is a game I want to play, not necessarily one that I could just like kind of sit with. I could just like leave it on on the side and go play it every once in a while. I like how they just call her Trader Ignia. Yeah, that's a name. What is happening right now? I mean, I'm pretty sure. Oh, we won. I guess I'll comply. I mean, I'll just keep fighting, I guess. Can I do any? Oh, I can't do any of those. I see. Whack. Oh, these guys actually have combos. What the heck? These guys actually have combos. What are you doing? Okay, was it Y or D? Oh, there we go. Yep. Okay, they're dead. Hey, Lamau. That was easy. Yeah, that's pretty easy. Okay, cool. Unfortunately, some enemies really are just... You just gotta hit them harder, you know? Blast them. Blast them. Alright, cool. I guess if there's one thing that is familiar about this game is I think the enemy designs always stay pretty consistent. Like, I recognize them pretty well. Cool. The constant warping is a little confusing, I will say. When the Sphere of Unity is destroyed... What? Was it... Okay, why do we have this weird camera angle for that spot only? I'm a little confused, but alright. Oh. Where am I going? What is happening? What is happening? Oh, wow. Destroy those that try to stop us. So they're summoning the demon god. This guy's pretty cool. Oh, is his name Scar? Was he named Scar before or after he got that big thing on his chest? Ow. Ow. Okay, let's see. 3, 4. There we go. Maybe this will work. Oh, he has a health bar. Oh, he actually has stuff going on. What the heck? Oh, that's pretty cool. He has unleashes power. Watch out for a strong attack. Understood. But what if I just shoot him harder? I think I'm dead. Oh no, I'm not dead. 3, 4. Hey. Can I kill him harder? Oh god. I don't remember how to dodge. Owie. Oh, he died. Wow. I'm pretty sure that... I don't know if that's how you're supposed to do that fight, but hey, spam works. We take those. So I shot this dude. What do I do now? Oh, we're good. I don't know why, it's just really funny seeing. Ah, yes, the demon god summoning has been halted because a lady with a gun shot the general 57 billion times. Yes, of course. Understandable. I do know one thing I talked about. I talked about it. Yes, I talked about it on Friday, at least a little bit, with regards to games like MMOs, or I would even say games that have, you know, daily logins and a lifespan. I mentioned Star Rail a fair bit on Friday, but it's just the idea that I guess the tough thing with games like this, where they expect you to be in the world after the story's over, is that it's very hard to set up stakes that feel realistically like, okay, they could threaten the world with this one. It's like, kind of know that by the end of this, we will end up somewhere where there is a status quo that can be maintained. And that's because it's kind of hard to, at least from my understanding, it feels hard to have a story with big ramifications that doesn't maintain the world as it is. So I can see that being hard, for sure. Transcendence. I don't know what this is actually doing. Do not know. Limit break. So I have to clear dungeons in my zone. Hello, lady. But I do think that it's... But I do think it's interesting when... Interesting with games like this when they do make a concerted effort to try. To at least, like... I think sometimes it's easier to spot stuff like that if the story doesn't hide it well, you know? Because some stories do a great job of actually still keeping you in. But I think sometimes it's a little easier to spot when the game is like, okay, yeah, we're not gonna get rid of player character stuff, you know? We're not gonna attack the player's progress, as it were. Okay, what do I need to do? Enter Atlas Dungeon, right-click from world map. This is village stuff. Keep forgetting where the actual quest menu is. Jeez. Oh, man. We are at 8 o'clock. I hope everyone's doing well today. This weekend was interesting because I spent a lot more time resting than I usually get to. But I also slept a fair bit more. Sometimes it really is just the weekend calls for it, you know? And I think it worked out. I think it's good that it worked out well that I was able to stop and rest for a time. Because I think some weekends it's a lot harder to justify it. I think since Madman's Dice finished, I've been able to not necessarily take it 100% easy, just, you know, like stop working, but more just that it's been good for me to be able to actually catch up a little bit on properly resting. Talked about it a little bit on Friday, because I did stream Friday. I imagine some people might have been surprised by this. I did stream Friday because I was streaming as part of Emeraldo's model debut, which is very fun. But I talked a little bit about Friday, because on Friday I actually played. I went to Magic, even though I had to leave early. I'm getting out of here. I just want to dip. I don't want to be here anymore. Genuinely just want to leave this area. I don't know what's going on here, but I want to leave. Where am I? Just realized maybe I could have fast traveled. But it's so, I don't know why it's so weird seeing signs like this, because it feels a bit like the Sonic X posters in Sonic Adventure 1, where it's like, yeah, I know this is an in-game advertisement. It's just a bit strange to me at times. Hey, where's the map? Actually, map. Hello, transportation services. Can I just go to Atlas Station? 8,900 ED. Yeah, sure. I don't know what he's saying. All right, let's go. All right, where am I? Where am I? I think more specifically, what is this place? Is there a map somewhere? Can I observe the map? I'd like to observe the map, please. Let's see. Where's the map? Find the map. I am the map. Where in the goddamn is the map? Anne's Growth Support Pass. What am I looking at? This music's not too bad. It's a little strange, but I like it. I can jive with it. Dicey on Mine. That's what they call it. Is that what they're calling it nowadays? I see. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Well, I did have a good time Friday. I had a lot of fun. I do need to get on some people's cases. I don't do collabs very often. Mainly, I think more of it's just because it's just I play a lot of single player games, and I don't know. I guess it's just like a personal thing. I'm not really sure. Let's see. Keeping up, going to rest tomorrow and Tuesday. Got my PSU yesterday. I'm waiting for the motherboard to start putting things together, learning how to do it. Ah, very good, very good. Yeah, I think this. I know that the next couple weeks are going to be very strange for everybody, because I know that I think November and December are some of the most complicated months for scheduling in the year. And then January is like, there's nothing going on. There's nothing ever happens in January. It's like January 1st happens and that's it. Nobody does anything else. But I know on my end, like for us here, it is going to be a little tough, because I'll probably, I've been tempted to actually go 2 weeks without streaming, like, you know, 23rd and 24th, maybe skip it, 22nd and 23rd, skip it, but I don't know if I'll stick to that, because I think going 1 week is good. It works for me, I think. Where am I going? Where am I going? Remember in December, my work has PTO blackout because of the season. Yeah. Well, it's like, I feel like a lot of places, it does feel like, okay, we all have to, like, just kind of mentally grapple with the fact that it's going to be a lot the whole month. I think November and December, it's always a lot to deal with, so I understand it. I understand it when people have, like, trouble planning. Because it just makes sense to me that it's hard to plan some of that stuff on those months. I don't know what these things are, but we're here now. Oh god. Ooh, that's cool. Don't know what it is, but it's cool. Just a bunch of weird creatures. But yeah, I'm a bit aware of the fact that it's gonna be a bit of a weird 2 months in general. But nevertheless, I hope everyone's able to find some time to enjoy something fun. I think it's also very easy to get wrapped up in the scheduling and get too focused on it. You know, it's like, okay, it's easy to get lost in that. So hope everyone's able to take some time and like actually catch up to. Yeah, I think I've been kind of kicking around how I'm going to handle the scheduling. And I think it might just be that we'll do Monday and Tuesdays. I don't know. So I think that works better for me personally, both mentally and also in terms of planning. I need to just fight these guys. I don't know where the enemy even is. I just know I hit somebody with it. That attack feels kind of nuts where you just start blasting. All right, let's keep moving. Whee! All right, let's see. I have no idea. Again, it's just like I don't know what the context is, but we're here now, so it's fine. Yeah, I probably should have been reading more of the story. I don't know. I think this time in particular, I feel like I really forgot what's going on. Like I said, I think when it comes to, I think some games it's curious because with Ace Attorney, I know we talked about the game trying to keep the player reminded of what's going on at all times. But it's interesting because I feel like this game you would kind of they kind of built with the opposite thought process that, well, the player's going to be playing all the time anyway, so they'll remember. And I feel like these kind of games would actually be better suited for having more like lore and story reminders than games like Ace Attorney, where the player's probably going to be kind of expected to remember stuff anyway. I feel like this game, I actually did just straight up forget what was happening in the story. Okay, that worked. It's pretty good. We take those. So what's the deal with the robots? I guess that's the one thing I'm curious to, is it's like interesting, the major jump from like demons to robots is a curious one for me. Oh god. Still, it's a welcome change, but a bit confusing. I mean, even with the the overworld travel we were going through, I'm a bit interested why we moved into Robot Land. I'm uncertain. I do think that I think December especially, I think, is a hard one for people to lock in with. What is this guy? He reminds me a little bit of what's his name? He was Jade's brother in Tales of the Abyss. What was the guy's name? He floated. He like Gary's Mod flew around in a chair all the time. Okay, this guy is having a fun time at least. At least one of us is having. At least, I mean that's a lie. I'm having fun too, but I was gonna say at least one of us is having fun with this boss fight rather. Oh god. What is he? What is bro yapping about? I don't know why, it's just very funny to be like, what is bro yapping about? Oh god, I died. Ow. Z to resurrect. Sure. Ow. I guess to be fair, I wasn't exactly expecting to actually die in this fight. Oh god. Let's see, 3, 4. Ow. I guess he's doing a lot of DOT stuff, so maybe that's the problem. Ow. This guy does a surprising amount of damage. Huh. He just gives himself invincibility. Alrighty. Well, that worked out, but man, that was really gross. How did I do this good? How did I do good in this fight? I guess this is more specifically the concern. Alrighty. What was I there for? Complete. 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 Transcend. Okay. I confirm. Alrighty. Alrighty. Well, we got a lot done, so that was pretty good. What is happening right now? Alright, we're level 90, so let's see. What can I do? Let's see, what do we got? Elrio's pass. Oh, we also have a pass. This game has multiple passes, I understand. Understandable. We have multiple passes going on. Elrio's. Okay, it's just gonna keep doing a thing. First growth guide. Lesson 3. I have no clue what any of this means. Let's try socketing obtained magic stones. What? Wait, equipment? Oh, wait, equipment actually breaks? What? Does equipment break? I actually straight up did not know this. Are you telling me equipment breaks and stuff? What do you mean by that? Saw blade improves chain revolver and blade. I think I have these. I think I have these. Brushing dance. Gain a new skill cut and check your customization settings. And skill tree page. I'm level 90 and I do not think I have everything unlocked, I don't think. How do I acquire skills? Just like, alright, cool. I equip skills here. Yeah, can I equip skills? Character. What do we got? Still a beginner. I probably will be for a long time. Okay. How do I equip new stuff? Because I'm realizing now I probably should be equipping new stuff because we probably got something new. At least I think so. How do I equip? Which button is equip? I do not know which one of these buttons is equip. Huh. No set animation in effect. I guess as much. I'm actually a bit confused. So this is equipped now, right? No. What's the deal? I feel like this is what I get, isn't it? Oh, jeez. What am I doing here, man? What do we got? Why is it being finicky about me equipping stuff? Equipment. Why is it being weird? I am guessing that part of my problem is that I haven't been equipping new weapons lately, but because no weapons and armor have been equipped so far, so I don't really know what don't quite know what I'm missing here. Let's see. Skill. Alright, so we don't have master class, so I don't have to worry about that. Skills. Do I have any? Can I unlock anything right now? Don't see anything I can unlock, really. Might just be that these are unlocked anyway, so that might be part of it. Skill cut-in. What is a skill cut in? Maybe customize. Okay, this is the thing I was looking for. Skill motion. Okay, I don't know what this is. Oh, these ones. Okay, because we got the new pictures. I see. Okay, so that's all it wanted to tell me. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Clear Atlas City. Okay. I feel like again. I feel like I'm lost. Almost. It almost feels a bit like It feels like I've gotten like amnesia. You know, like I've somehow like woken up somewhere I don't recall, so I have to just use skills that I only half remember. Which is an interesting juxtaposition, you know? Where it's like, okay, I definitely feel competent, I just don't remember what I'm doing anyway. Ow. Wet. But I don't really know how to best describe it. It feels like I'm working muscles that I haven't used in a long time. And that's what it feels like most of all, is that the muscles are still there, they've been inactive for so long that reactivating them is a bit strange. Oh, that still works. I do wonder how it must feel for people who like know this game pretty well to see somebody like me who's like kind of fair weather when it comes to these games, where it's not really a thing that I remember all that well. So imagine seeing this, like, I imagine some of the gameplay, it feels like, oh, okay, I recognize what you're trying to do, but working off of the memory of a skill is not the same as having those skills still. It feels almost a bit like you've entered a place that you remember. It's like I said earlier, it's like it feels like you remember the place, but not the things within it. It's like I know the frameworks, but the rest of it is really lost on me right now. Okay, what's left? Why is this guy over here? How did he get over here? Poor guy, he did not get to ball. He did not know what was happening on the other side. I do like the rain effect here. It's interesting. I feel like this is supposed to feel more like a dystopian, like neon nighttime city, but kind of feels more like it feels like the kind of sci-fi type place that Spyro the Dragon had, where it doesn't feel quite dark enough to be dark, you know? Like it feels too bright to be truly darkened by like the mood doesn't really darken for me, you know? Like even the rain doesn't particularly feel gloomy. It just kind of feels like, oh, okay, it's raining, but it's not, it doesn't take the mood down at all. It just makes you think, oh, it's raining, okay. I think Crash Bandicoot had a similar thing like that where it didn't really feel all that moody to have like the weather be the way it was. Might also be that the music is pretty solid, all things considered. Like it kind of feels just good. Another one of those things where it just feels like, oh, this is a nice place to be. Might be a bit dangerous just because all the robots are fighting, but you know. Howie. I have run into an interesting problem with... I use Star Rail as an example, but there's a couple of games where this happens where... I think if the numbers get too big, you kind of lose track of what the numbers mean. Because you focus more on what the visual effect is when you hit something. when you're hitting an enemy for damage. Like, these damage numbers mean absolutely nothing to me. I'm seeing, like, you know, like 5-digit numbers, and it's like, oh, okay, cool. I understand that those are probably big numbers, but I have no concept for it, because all I'm looking for is health bar, is how much of the health bar disappears when I hit an enemy, rather than actually thinking about the numbers that are going off, you know? And that's a kind of unique problem with games like this, where you can end up with a bit of a strange feeling in the gameplay where the player doesn't really feel like they're doing a lot of damage, even if the numbers look impressive. Because big numbers alone don't really make an effect all that impressive, you know? Oh god. Ugh. Like right now, I see 90,000 damage, and I just think, oh, okay, cool, I probably did some type of damage. You know, it's like, and that's fine. It's funny, because I know Paper Mario does this, where the numbers are all single digits, really. So seeing a +1 to your damage is like, oh, this is crazy. Like, it's genuinely crazy when you see that much of a damage buff. And this happens in a lot of games where where having big damage numbers you think would be really fun and impressive, but then in reality you actually end up making the player feel like they're doing less damage. Because the player's just thinking, oh, okay, cool, I can see that the health bar isn't going down that much. I don't think 30 million is all that big in this in the grand scheme of things here. Now, ain't that a shame when a game says, like, oh, 30 million wasn't even enough to, like, knock the opponent out. Like, what? Like, what is damage, then, if 30 million is the same as, like, 50 in this other game? It's also true when a game makes you realize just how little damage matters. Whew. Okay, I'm gonna stretch really quick. Ah, jeez. I slept weird last night, I know that much, because I woke up and my neck and shoulders were like, ooh. Felt a bit like I was sleeping on my head or something. Don't really know why that happens sometimes. There's one thing I have understood, and it's something that I think affects... It's kind of funny, it affects the way that creatives work, is the sleep... I think the sleep one gets can really change how someone works. I think for creatives, it can be one of those things that actually can really mess up your ability to make new things, as if you're not getting good sleep. Let's see, inventory... Special. How do I open this? Rose's Spa Wear Spirit Falls. What the heck? You know, I just realized the status equipment on this thing is better than the stuff I'm wearing currently. You gotta be kidding me. I got a bench. I unlocked bench. Very cool. Right click to use. After adding this to your customization. Okay. Costume. Okay, magic wardrobe. Use appearance in possession. How do I change... I swear I do not understand. I do not actually remember how to equip new stuff. Am I able to equip new stuff? It's the most recent equipment I've gotten. I don't think I've gotten any new equipment. It's funny. Okay. Cannot be registered magic wardrobe. Do I need to repair them? I'm trying to figure this out again. I'm trying to remember how to... I'm trying to remember how to do anything, really. Kind of an awkward piece of this game right now for me is that I don't remember how to do some of these things. And I think forgetting how to do like basic functionality is kind of causing me a lot more problems than I expected. Huh. It says I had something in the mail, so I don't really know what it's... Yeah, because it says item... Oh, item mall. I see. That it says mall, not mail. I can't read. Oh, boy. Kind of reminds me a little bit of that... I had that misspeak on Friday that I've been thinking about it, and it makes me laugh every time I do. Where... they said... someone said BLT, and I was like, ah, yes, Big Latina Dumpy. And I'm like, where's the D in this acronym? And you know what? I'm grateful of all things that I can still mess up speaking on such a catastrophic level. It's always funny. I think it's easy to be it's easy to be embarrassed. It's hard to pivot and roll with it, you know. When you're able to roll with stuff like that, it's a lot funnier, you know. You want to cancel the seal? Trading the item will not be... Yeah, that's fine. Wait, did I equip it, or... Oh, I see. I have to... Can I... There we go. So this, I think... Okay, cool. It did equip it now. Okay, cool. Okay, can I take off the... Can I... I don't want to take off the thing, but I think the problem is that I would really prefer to... I would prefer that I prefer not to wear it. How do I hide the costume? I guess is it under customize then? I need to look. I think it's under customize. Customization. Yep, there we go. Face. Nope. Okay. Trying to remember. Maybe it is under character. Yeah, it'd be under character then. Costume. Oh, I see. Oops. I made an oopsie. Not really what I wanted to do. Okay, let's see. Really trying to remember how to do this stuff. I apologize. Yeah, it's not really to apologize for, I guess, because I don't really know what I'm doing. You know, it's one of those things where sometimes it's just... Set effect. Can I... It's on... Am I able to turn off an effect? Maybe I have an equipment in here that I can put in place of it? Maybe? Maybe? I just don't want to have a mustache. That's all I want. Why is it so hard for me to not have a mustache? Interesting that I don't really have the means to... I don't really have the means to just say, can you please, like, not... Magic wardrobe. Ticket. Allows you to register look of gloves costume to... So this would be... Can I? Not seem like I can. Transcendence useful items cube. Keep this item for 50% bonus drop rates. For today. Okay. Okay. Yep, I'm still a little lost. Enhanced item at the weapon shop to use the stone. That's a cool costume. Kind of high-waisted, but it works pretty well. I can jam with it. It's pretty cool. I'm seriously tempted to take out the mustache just because it's cramping my style. I'm not even kidding. What's this? This is Elsword. Sort of like a MMO beat-em-up style game. You're playing Elsword? What's this? You playing Elsword? Yeah. Actually, I guess for everyone who knows Elsword, yeah. It's just funny. Yeah. I haven't played it in a while. I think when was the last time? I forgot when I played it last. Let me look. I forget when I played it last, because I know it's kind of becoming like a yearly thing I do instead of it being a regular thing. Which probably isn't how I should do it, because I feel like at this point I just keep forgoing. Let's see. Can I find in my videos or by... Nope. Okay. Can't, on my phone, it is very hard to find it quickly. Let me see if I can... Maybe I can find my... God, if I could spell correctly, jeez. Let me spell. 9 months... Yeah, 9 months... 9 months ago... Wait, I played... Wait a minute, I played this year. What? How do I not remember that? I played this year? How is it that 9 months feels like an eternity? How have I done this? My bag, I hate them all as dead spots. I feel that. I feel like it's so weird when buildings have dead spots for internet connectivity. But more so, I think it's when you find the dead spots in the weirdest places. Remember cell service in the high school? I think the funniest thing was that cell service in my high school, it only was good in classrooms and in bathrooms and in break rooms. The cell service sucked. Which even for teachers, if it's like, oh, I want to check my phone real quick, it's like you have to check in a hallway or in a classroom. But yeah, Zero, hope you're doing well today. Trying to remember how to not... How do I... I'd really like it if I could just not have a... I want the stats from this thing, but I don't really want the appearance of the thing. But I can't get... But I want the physical and magic defense, but it won't let me. It won't let me not have the... Yeah, see, they got the costume accessory slot, but they don't let me... See, they don't give me the ability to just, like, not have it available. Not have it there, rather. Monster cards. Is there a way to... Not 100% sure what the deal is. Let's see. Equipment. How do I do... I forget how to do the equipment stuff, too. Crap. Inventory... Can I magic stone? I can magic stone. Let's see. Let's see what we get. Oh, I see. Doy. What did we get? All skill damage by 1%. Okay, that's not too bad. Can I can sock it. Which... Why? Yeah, sure. Oh, that's the socket effect. The fixed effect is the... Okay, so I got it now. Let's see. I could try again, I guess. Wake and charge speed. No. What was that? It's fine. Okay, let's see. Do I have anything else? Do I have anything else I can put on? I guess is the question. I feel like right now the thing I'm stuck on is trying to remember the It's again, it's that thing of functionality where it's like I'm trying to remember what certain things do and how they work. I guess we're just gonna have to wear the fake mustache. I don't know. I think the problem is that I just don't like having the, because it's a fantastic piece of equipment. I just don't like that I don't really like that I don't like that there's not an option for me to, or at least that I can't find the option to get rid of that. How is there a way to do it? 'Cause I can't really find. Right now, I can't really find the option I desire. Meh. Okay, that's fine. We'll just suffer it. At this point, we'll just go functionality over aesthetic. It's okay. Doesn't really bother me all that much. It doesn't bother me a whole ton. I think it's just that it feels kind of silly. I don't know. Maybe with this one it's just because it might just be because I think Rose looks really cool, so it kind of feels bad to throw a funny mustache on her, but it's fine. I see her from all the way over here anyway, so I guess it's not that big a deal. Who is Yuno? Oh, this is Yuno. Wait, repair. Repair all items? Honorable guns. How good would this be by comparison? Defenses would be higher, but attack would be lower. Well, I'm fine without that. Nope. I'm guessing the equipment I got when I first started is probably going to be... It's probably going to be the stuff I stick with for a very long time. So that's going to be curious. I kind of wonder what that's going to... Why do I have to talk to him again? I just talked to you. What do you want from me, robot boy? Wing. I appreciate the subtitling the funny noises is a very good move. I don't know, it just something about it just makes me happy. Let's see, clear Elysian Tower. So I only do PvP matches, but I don't really know if I want to. I'll be honest. I don't know if I want to do a PvP because I barely understand PvE as it is, and I feel like that'd be might be a step too far, you know. It's one of those things where it's like I'll end up inadvertently being more confused if I try to go to PvP and get cooked. Yeah, there we go. Big damage, big numbers. Okay, that guy got annihilated, so that's pretty good. Alrighty, let's get back to it. Well, at least these areas aren't too bad. They do look really cool, I will say. The areas definitely look really cool still. Ow. I don't know what's happening, but we're here. I think it's curious that I don't even remember 9 months ago playing this game. Because I thought it was last year that I played it, so maybe that might also be part of why I'm a little confused, because I'm surprised I don't remember that, but I have been kind of wondering if something's been up with maybe not my memories in total, but just I think some of the short-term memory stuff. I know this year has been particularly weird about it. You know, just that feeling of, okay, are short and long-term memories forming the same way as they used to? I wonder if that's something that's a shared problem right now. I wonder if more people are having that same kind of concern. It certainly feels like memory has been a problem, not just for me, but for like other people too. Ow. I'm wondering if it's... wonder if it is like just a long-term systemic thing. A lot of media is getting shorter anyhow. But I don't know. I don't know if that's 100% true or not. I do recall that I watched a video by Daryl Talks Games about... you know, but it was... I forget which topic it was exactly, because I sometimes just put videos on and I listen, but... he mentioned a study that was done about social media, like, and its effects on people's people's attention spans, and I think by extension it affects memory when your attention span goes down. But let's see, which one is it? This one? There we go. Bing bong. Huh. Whoa. But I do think that memory is affected by our attention spans and vice versa. So I think that as attention spans drop, memory will also have issues. And I kind of reckon that over time we'll see, I hope to see that we'll see the long-term effects of this sort of stuff, but I'm kind of hoping that before that gets too crazy that we find some solutions, but we'll see. We will see. I guess this year's also been pretty jam-packed with stuff anyway, because we have played a pretty wide variety of games anyway, so I feel like that, I guess it's also not helping my ability to remember when we play certain games and how we play them, is also that I end up inadvertently playing a lot of games. I think this year might have tied the year we've had the most variety of games. Because there have been some years where I end up playing like 100. I think one year I played like 100+ games in total. Obviously, some of those are stuff like, Mario Brothers, or, games that are kind of short. Or at the very least, you might not play them for a full stream. So some of them didn't get like full streams, but still important to consider, So I'm wondering now if maybe it is the variety of games too. Though I like to joke that I think I'm blessed and cursed in my career that I have to go through each day the long way, as I like to put it. Where I don't really I don't have a lot of days where I'm like cruising through, like I'm like, oh, it's 4 p.m. already, like, oh, the day's over already sort of days. I used to have more of them when I was younger, but nowadays I don't have them as often. So a lot of days I'll end up just, kind of mentally taking the long way there, And that can kind of have some unintended consequences, I think, for memory, because I think when you're locked in and focused on the day happening as it's happening the whole time, you end up like putting more to memory, which I think can make things a little bit more confusing at times. Big robot lady? Whoa. Big robot lady. Big robot lady. Which button? Which button? Ow. Okay, let me use the potions. Okay, we're good. Which button is it again? I have to remember which button. Need to remember my buttons. Oh god. Oh god! Dying fast. Owie. Ow. Cooked. I should not have used that item. Ule. Alright, this lady is very strong. This is big lady. I can tell that she's strong. Okay, gun solved the problem. Holy. The mustache. Okay, she was pretty tough, I'm not gonna lie. So we beat that one. Okay. We keep completing quests upon quests. Stacking quests. Look at this. Common reward. Okay, I leveled up again. Am I getting anything from leveling up, or is it just at this point like leveling up is just kind of a thing? Turning attendance. Well, don't I feel bad that this is feel bad that this is gonna go very much to waste. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Elle. This is gonna be sad. Just looking at the little dude. We got equip. We got costume stuff. Okay. Oh, okay. We'll probably equip some of these, see what we can do. This one. Oh, we just have like a pretty effect. Oops. Do I only have it for a set amount of time? I guess that's the question, huh? Remaining duration 30 days. Yep, so we only get it for 30 days. Okay. Well, we might as well equip it because if nothing else, we get it says we get status bonuses from it, so oh wait, no, it's only a visual thing. Okay. Well, you know what? Yeah, that's fine. Might as well use it while we have it for now. It does look pretty, so I'll go with it. It's nice. It's a little weird because she has the eye patch, but yeah, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Oh boy. I need to go back and watch all the I don't think I've made a because the YouTube channel I put up all the VODs, and I don't think I've made a playlist for Elsword yet, which I think I should, because probably would be a rather interesting time for somebody to watch because it would be like leapfrogging through my history, because you'd end up seeing me at different points very rapidly at different points through my history. So I believe I played this, oh god, when was the first year we played this one? Because I know I've played this game like I think almost every, I would like to say 2023 we played it the first time, and then I've played it at least once or twice a year since then. Maybe the reason I guess I said earlier that maybe part of the reason I forget, you know, when I play this game. I do wonder if at times it is because it's one of those games that I'm familiar with it to a point where I don't know if I could say what I know about it and what I don't. I think sometimes you get familiar with something in a way that it's because you've seen it a bunch of times, but not necessarily because you know it well. Sounds kind of bizarre to put it like that, but I guess the thing I'm seeing with this game is that I don't really have I know this game pretty well, but I don't have a thorough knowledge of it. Because I'm only familiar with it in so much as that I am I've been there a couple times. It's like when you meet somebody. It's like when you meet someone and you sort of know them, but you don't. You only know them because they've been to the same place you've been a while ago. Let's see. So press M key to see the location. Okay, let's see. World map. Lycion. How do I... Can I just fast travel here? I might be able to. Man, we have come a long way from Reuben all the way over here. Because I remember... Okay, now it's sort of coming back to me a little bit that I at least remember some of the pathways coming to and from here. I at least remember some of this. I don't remember all of it. This is where we started today. I think we did this last time? Or like we did this and ended here the last time we played, I think. I think this section was the first stream. I think the second stream was this section. Maybe a little bit of this. Then I think these two were one stream. And then I think this was the one before we did this one. I think. Even then, I'm not 100% sure, am I? Strength Emblem, Lanox, Elysian Region Dungeon Boss Monster. What does this mean? Must go through a series of tests. Your second test is to acquire the Strength Emblem by defeating the mid-boss in one of the... Lanox... Okay. I'm guessing one of these... So I had to do one of these dungeons to go get... I had to go get something from them, so... I could just replay the one I just did, because that one seems pretty good for leveling, so... It seemed alright, so we could go do that. Also, because Big Robot Lady. I'm just thinking, like, you know what? I do want to see the Big Robot Lady again. She's really cool. Truly, I have a type. my type is... Truly, I have a type, and it's just that... Is it pretty? Yes. Thank you, game. Thank you, game, for the gift you've given me, Big Robot Lady. She is very cool. The gift we have been given, Big Robot Lady. Actually, I have like 800 of those 100% heal things. I should probably use those ones as much as I can because holy crap, really? Absolutely need to use these more often because we have almost 800 of those items, so we might as well use them as much as we can, you know? Absolutely no reason not to. Definitely one of those items, one of the best healing items. Just, okay, cool, 100% of everything. Got it. Wow. Alright, we're good. I wonder how many people play... I'm wondering about this game, like, culturally. I'm wondering how many people play the game with a controller versus playing it with mouse and keyboard. I reckon it's probably easier with mouse and keyboard, but I know I just prefer playing with... I know I tend to prefer playing with controllers in general. As we've noted in many streams, I have found that, at least for me personally, controller is always my preference because I grew up with gaming on a controller first and foremost. I guess it's also dependent on genre. You know, I think with beat 'em ups and very fighting games in general, I think mouse and keyboard just isn't really built for it. I think it feels very strange to do that sort of stuff. I imagine for people who played in arcades, it probably feels a little bit better. So you could probably come up with a way to make mouse and keyboard feel really good. Because I think mouse and keyboard, if you set it up just right, it could feel very similar to a fight stick. But then again, I imagine if you like fight stick more, then you'd probably just buy a fight stick. You know, you buy one of those big pads. I don't really think you'd choose either, really. Then again, now it makes me wonder what games would be the most fascinating to see someone try doing fight stick with. Because for some reason now I'm thinking about somebody trying to play something like Age of Empires with a fight stick or something, right? Which is kind of silly, but now I'm thinking about it that technically it's just more about the comfort of the control scheme for the player. So some players might actually find that sort of thing very comforting, whereas other players might be like, oh yeah, this is horrible, you know? Crimes against nature sorts of stuff, you know? But I think it would really depend on the player more than anything. I think control schemes really should be at the behest of the player. Like, if the designer should try their best to make a good design scheme as best they can. But I think at the end of the day, it is actually best for the player if you give them the ability to change it. I think especially nowadays in the era of, you know, very varying control schemes and also the varying level of physicality that people have for playing games anymore. Because a lot of people, I have actually met some people who have, you know, genuine health issues who can't really play certain games because they just straight up can't use the controller for long periods of time. Actually, a good friend of mine, their arthritis, like they have arthritis, like fibromyalgia type stuff. That sort of thing actually is really detrimental for them being able to use the controller, because that particular grip strength isn't really something they can work for hours at a time. So, like, alternative control schemes is really nice to consider when you're designing a game. That's just something I'm really adamant about on the part-time job I'm on, is that controls should be customizable as best as possible, because it is something I've run into, that, you know, there are people who want to get into a game, but they find that the control schemes just don't allow them to play well. And it's, you know, like, I think it's one thing if, like, you only allow mouse and keyboard, but you have I think even just keybind controls is good, you know? Like, okay, this is you can only use this controller, but the key binds can be adjusted. I think that's fine. That's an okay compromise. Actually, I guess funny thing with with Red Genie and Madman's Dice, one thing I had to do was, because Steam has a Steam controller thing where you can control games through Steam, and I don't really have a way to test that because I don't really know how the Steam controller works per se. So one thing I have found with that is that whoa. Let's see, hit the 5 button, we're at 100% again. But I think that good control schemes can be easier to get to than people may expect. Oh god, off the map we go. Owie. Alright, blaster. Hit the button. Ow. Well, we survived this time, so that's good. That's better than last time, so we're okay with that. Ow. Ugh. Okay. Not ideal, but we'll play ball with it. It's fine. Ow. I'm getting thrown around. 5. Alright, we're good. Game, are we good? Overclock movement energy. Why is... Game, are we... Uh-oh. Why is the game not working anymore? Okay. My controller has decided to go nuts. I don't know what's happening anymore. Game? Uh-oh. Oh god, why did... Something has actually, like, jammed my controller. I don't know what's happening. What is happening right now? Are we good? Okay. Okay, now we're good. Jeez, what happened? For some reason, like, straight up, my controller stopped using the control stick, responding to it, rather. I don't know what happened, but my controller straight up stopped responding. Okay, that was weird. That was very confusing. Why did it do that middle of stream? Just like, alright, cool. Time to stop working entirely. Got it. Alright. We're good now, but that was a little weird. Okay, so we did just straight up have to do another playthrough of a map. Okay. Actually not that bad, all this considered. It just kind of seems like we just need to go play that one more time. Might as well just do that again. Honestly, this map is pretty fun to run through anyway, so I'm kind of liking running through it. Besides Big Lady, it's also like I think this one's just long enough where it's a fun map to play through, but not so long that you're kind of waiting for stuff. And I can jive with that. That's fun. I think sometimes that can be a thing that kind of turns you away from playing certain missions again. You know, where it's like, oh, this mission takes too long. So it's nice when you have a mission that's just right in terms of the length and the... Is this an online game? Yes. I don't 100% know about too much about the actual player-to-player contact. I think every stream I've played so far, I'm definitely mistaken on this one because I don't know for sure. But I'm pretty sure I've spent most of my playtime in this game by myself. I know I've had some people come in and they've mentioned stuff about the game to me, but from the larger Elsword community. But I regularly forget certain things because I just don't play this game enough. It's actually it actually has the MMO format, so it's similar to. In my mind, I'm thinking about when we played Wizard 101, where you could probably play the game 100% by yourself, but the MMO style, the MMO around it, would probably encourage you to go play with other people, you know, at some point. If not actively force it at some point. Because I know this game's, I think the end goal is as PvP. I think. If I'm not mistaken. I could be forgetting things, but I know that PvP is kind of like the end of the line where you're playing. But I don't remember much about it from the discussions we've had about with people from the community. And a lot of that, again, I think more of that is just because it's been long enough that I kind of forget more than anything. But I do think this game has a very from what I know, this game has a very robust community. It's one of those games where you don't, if you played it years ago and you aren't remembering it super well, it's probably surprising to see that there are still like a ton of people playing it. I think Wizard 101 was that for me, where I was thinking, okay, how are there this many people playing it still? And I think some games, if they're left to their own devices, they'll kind of just live on their own, you know? They'll stay alive as long as there's someone there to carry the torch. And usually with these games, they form tight-knit communities. You know, I imagine there are people who play this game regularly who they kind of know the community, they know the big names. To me, it sort of reminds me of how certain speedrunning communities have their scions. You know, like, I'm thinking of for some reason this is the one that came to mind. I'm thinking of in the most recent video one of the most recent videos that Summoning Salt did. I know the Cuphead one, it's like he mentions names specifically, and for people in that community, those names are like, oh yeah, that's the guy who, you know, we know that guy. He's our guy, you know? And people remember them fondly because they're part of that community. And I imagine that Elsword has much the same, where there are people in the community that are like, you know, famous names. And to an outside observer, it might seem like, oh, that's kind of, who is this guy? But I think it's true of any field, really, of any, you know, station, of like anything like that. I mean, I imagine for people who don't really... oh, there we go. Imagine for people who don't really do game development stuff, I imagine certain game developer names are probably a bit alien. Is there a guy stuck up there? What's going on with this? Let's see. How do I... Is this map glitched? It says there's an enemy up there. Oh, he's over here. Oh, I see. Oh, he was stuck here because he was stuck in the air because he was stuck in invisibility. I see. Well, that's silly. Alrighty. Okay, but there's another guy over here still. Oh, nope, there we go. Thank you. Forget this guy's name. Maya? Not Maya. You know. That's his name. That's his name. Whack. But I feel like this game is kind of fascinating in that they give you like set characters from the universe to play as, but the customization is really in depth because there's so many different costumes for every character. I've been playing as Rose for every time we play, basically. I think I made one. I think the second stream we did, I played as a different character, but I think I just defaulted to, okay, well, I've been working on this character for years now. We might as well just keep playing as them, you know? No sense in constantly swapping out. But they do allow you to have multiple characters per account, so that's cool. I think you can have one per character. So like one L, one Rose, one Anne, one Elsis. So that's kind of cool. I think that's always been kind of neat. It's that they've been pretty clear about trying to make sure that you can just play as whatever character you want. That's always fun. I think especially in a game like this where since all the character data, since the progression is all separate anyway, it probably wouldn't make 100% sense to kind of punish players for wanting to try different characters. Okay, for some reason this lady's giving me... What's her name from Killer Instinct? She's in the 2014 Killer Instinct. Kind of reminds me of Dream of Mirror Online. Bah. I feel like that wouldn't be a far off description. Oh god. Owie. Use the minigun. If I go far away, does it... Oh god. Oh, that's how she heals. She heals after that. I see. I see. She heals after the attack. That makes more sense, honestly, now that I think about it. What? Alright, that's fine. It's kind of funny, because I feel like games like this, sometimes it can feel like the online connectivity is more of like, okay, but why do we even have this sort of thing? But it's interesting when you have a game like this where also that the interconnectivity can also add to the game in ways that isn't intrusive. Actually, I guess pointing to I played like 3 different versions of Domo because it got shut down 2 times, I think. Oh, interesting. It's interesting when MMOs kind of go through different eras because of stuff like that. Like either they get shut down or some cases sometimes they just come back. They come back with different versions. So it's curious when you see stuff like that happen and you get to be there for it. Let's see. Clear dungeons in your own. Let's see. Sealed power 4 or 5. I have to keep. Why do I have to keep playing? I guess these forbidden power missions, they want you to do this region a lot, which is interesting. Enter Elysion. Sorry, we need to go here. Did I just get rid of that quest from my thing, or what did I do? Epic. Enter Elysion. I think I got rid of it from up here. I see. Still in progress, so I'm gonna go to the map. Dream of Mirror Online is different because different companies own it. I see. Kind of interesting when that happens, where it's like, okay, cool. It's like seeing something like that happen is, to me, it's interesting because that means that the game itself had to be taken over in different ways. So I don't know, it just seems fascinating to think about. Go to Elysion. Cost. I feel like that much money, I feel like the money means nothing given that I can just keep jumping everywhere. IOG played Area Games version. I'm missing a character from it. You know what's one character I kind of miss is my very first character in Elder Scrolls Online, because I remember I played the game when it first came out, and I actually really wanted to get into it because I know that I think 4 or 5 friends had it at the time. And more specifically, I was also like, oh, I've never gotten really into an MMO before. I wanted to try it. And I just remember having such a hard time even connecting with anybody through it because I didn't really understand how to talk to people in there, you know, how to really connect in those spaces. And I guess in some ways that's kind of something that's always had me a little bit confused with these MMOs, really. And some of that's also been a kind of baked in leeriness towards strictly online relations. I think some of it's just because my mom was very much like, when the internet was still in kind of coming into the social conscience, she was very clear that, like, you know, people are not, you know, you don't always trust what people say on the internet, stuff like that. Which I think it's good that I got trained into it, because the wariness, I think that a general idea of caution is good, you know, but it does also mean that trusting people on the internet can sometimes be, I'm reminded to go, you know, like, try to go both ways with it. Like, you know, it's like, okay, you know, approach with a smile, but, you know, stay on guard. But it's tough, you know. What the heck is this thing? But I do think that it's something that can kind of end up affecting how you talk to people on games. But that first character, though, I actually spent a lot of time making myself as a blacksmith. I just spent a really long amount of time just gathering. Like, I would go out every day. Like, I think every day for, I think it would have been the fall of when that year when it came out. I remember I would like log in and I would go and gather materials for smithing and make a bunch of armor and stuff, because I wanted to be a resident, like, blacksmith for people. You know, I actually made equipment for my friends. I actually did do some of that, which was really fun. But it's also like, I wanted to do it for a guild if I could help it, but I never got to. So that was kind of sad. Oh god. Off the universe we go. Oh, he's dead. And so am I. Ow. I will say, this music is not really inspiring fighting. I think some part of me was hoping that this area's music would be something like Skyworld from Kid Icarus, but it's not really, is it? That's kind of a shame, because I I think some more upbeat music would have kind of kept things moving a little bit more. Ow. Okay, by the way, these guys are tough, so I should probably be more careful. Ow. Ow. And they do status effects, which is a little awkward for me. Thankfully, one special is enough to kill them still, but yikes. Okay, which one of these? That one's C. Okay, we're almost done here. I guess question, why are we in heaven? Why is the camera so zoomed out? Where am I? True to alert, change Labyrinth's location, reinforce code level. What are you talking about? Genuinely kind of confused. Egg. Yeah, I am very confused by this place. Also, I think the music here is a little bit like, okay, this is it's a little too calming A little too calming for, like, this sort of thing. I get what they're going for in terms of, like, oh, it's supposed to be, you know, celestial and all that, but it's a little awkward when I'm trying to keep my brain locked in for fighting, and we're just kind of... We're enjoying a lovely orchestra. Lovely orchestra, mate. I am thinking now that since I'm working on a game that's going to be working on similar functionality in terms of like 2D movement, I might want to be paying more attention to how this game handles enemies and enemy. I think one thing that's tough is getting... Oh god. Oh, I was not paying attention. Oof. Well, thankfully we have like 120 resurrections, but... Oof. I'm definitely not doing myself any favors by rushing up on them, but... it's alright. Okay, so we go this way. Yes? Ah, I see. I have to destroy both these things, I'm guessing. Oh man, I will say I've been having a bit of a sad crisis for me, is that the controllers I use for Xbox specifically have been actually breaking down. Today I was playing some Sonic Crossworlds today, and I will not lie, the saddest thing was happening was that I was getting stick drift on the controller. And I think both those and my Joy-Cons are getting the stick drift, not because of, like, manufacturer error, but I think it's just literally age. Because I know the Switch I've owned since 2017, and I've had the same 4 Joy-Cons since then. I'd like to say 2017, 2018. And then I know that if I'm not mistaken, in regards to because the Xbox controllers I've had since, I think, 2020. So, similar thing where I've owned these controllers for long enough that them starting to go feels less like, oh, the controllers are poorly made, just, oh yeah, I've used them enough now that they're breaking. And I'm hoping I can get at least one new controller for Xbox, but in the near future, but we'll see. Hoping I can. Similarly, I know that the red and blue Joy-Cons for my Switch are completely borked. Where am I? Why are there whales? What's up with the giant whales? Ow. Let's see, it'd be 4. Is it A? No, it's B? No, it's Y. I keep forgetting which button is the one that launches the big disc. That's more my fault than anything, but geez. Ow. Okay. These archer guys are a pain in my neck, I swear to G. Oh, good lord. I've been thinking ahead on scheduling stuff. I did ask a friend about Thief because I was curious how long, because he played it at one point. I was wondering how long it was. I think I might be able to do it as a 3 Sunday thing. You know, just do it for a couple Sundays, and that might be... I might be able to fit it into this year. Might depend on... What the goddamn is that? Alright, I'm gonna get a drink real quick.
Well, that looks less than ideal. Now, do they share a health bar or ow? Ow. I do not know what's happening, but I am fighting them. Maybe I could do enough damage. Maybe we can get out of here. Kind of seems like this is the only one that needs to be hit, so... Ow. Seems like this is the one we need to hit, so we'll just keep hitting them. Ah. It's one at a time, I see. The poor guy is getting demolished, though, huh? Oh, not bad. It's really silly, though, with her having the... It's like, oh yes, headphones, the cool, the Miku aura. We got Idol aura up in here. But it's working. It is working, I must confess. I did see somebody sent a video to the Discord. I'll have to take a look later. See what's going on there. Let's see. Did the thing. Unfortunately, Heaven seems to be cool about Thief, though. Yeah, I'm hoping I can get to it, because I think it would be interesting to get to. I think also if Thief goes well, I think more specifically if it seems like I've gotten better. It sounds kind of weird to put it like this, but I think if I've gotten better at stealth overall, and I feel more comfortable handling it, there are 2 games I'd like to get to next year, if I can, or even sooner if I can help it. One is Alien Isolation, because I think if I've gotten better on stealth, I could go back there. I could go back there if I feel like I've improved enough that I could handle it. Because honestly, the horror aspect is a non-factor now, because at this point, I don't know if being scared is a problem for me anymore. Like, I don't think it'll stop me from playing a game, right? Which, I've talked earlier that I think the fact that my levels of fear have kind of changed. I had an interesting revelation while watching a really big streamer playing Five Nights at Freddy's for the very first time. Because I'm sitting there, and I'm stone-facing the jump scares when they happen to him. But I'm watching his reactions, and I'm thinking, why aren't I having... What's up with that? And besides familiarity with Five Nights at Freddy's, it's like... Oh, right. I kind of had the, it's like a no duh moment if you from the outside. It sounds obvious to say, well, I understand the rhythms of a scare. And it's because I've tried designing them, so it's like, okay, but now it's, okay, when I see a scare coming, I can respect and understand what's going on. I think with fiction it's easier, though, because there's more priming for getting scared than in real life when something scary happens. Because, when something scary happens in real life, you don't get a warning sign. You might get a little bit, maybe. I'd say if you get a little bit, it'd be something like you get something from maybe something in the world tells you, but on a side note, I need to figure out how to put that quest back up, because I don't really know what. Talk to Bernard and Elysion. Okay, how do I... Okay, wait, no, it's right there. Where is Bernard and Elysion? All the way up there. How do I get there? How do I travel to Bernard and Elysion? Oh, there we go. But I think Alien Isolation would be one I want to go back and actually finish because I never got to beat it when I first played it. It would be nice to actually go and play it. Also, it'd probably be a good thing to straight up. I'm not playing hard mode ever again. I think if a game says the dev recommended settings, then that's, you know, it's like, oh, I'll try it once, but that's the thing. The first time I played Alien Isolation, I tried playing it on hard because the game said that's the recommended difficulty. And then I tried it and got cooked, so. But regardless, I think this time though I'm gonna crank the difficulty down. And then in the case of the second game I want to play, I actually think this would be that if my stealth is good enough, I think that would be the time to go and play Dishonored 1. Because I have played Dishonored before, but I haven't played it in a long time. So I figure it might be a high time to try it again. Let's see. So enhancement level 7. This item cannot be enhanced. Can I enhance this item? No. Okay. We need to find better items though. But I figured Dishonored would be a fun one to revisit for me because I remember when I remember getting the Game Informer back in the day that first showed it off. And I actually remember buying the game myself. I remember that was one I saved up for and I was really excited about. And honestly, I kind of understand why, because I guess I would say I still understand why. Ooh. Because it is still a really cool game. So I definitely understand why I was so excited about it. But I do wonder if it stands up to my vision of it from the time, you know? I guess similar funny thought that I had about those games is that we've played games that have similar ideas. I think the one I would go to direct mention is Time Splitters, where you're given an open level, not an open world. And I actually feel like I said it earlier, I said it in another stream that I think open world is it's a fun time, but I think open level is more, I think it's a more easily handled thing for a smaller team. If you want the open world feel, but you don't want to fully commit to designing a whole open world, I think designing open levels is a good idea. Actually, come to think of it, there's another game that did that recently. It was Megabonk actually does this, and I think Vampire Survivors does it. Like Vampire Survivors does it too, but Megabonk is a more recent example of exactly what I mean. Where here's a level and a bunch of things to explore within that level, and then in that space you have a lot of freedom. But it's sort of like, okay, you restrict the sandbox down, and more people are willing to jump into it because they recognize that the depth of it isn't so large off the cuff. Ow. Obviously, once you get into the game and you start like, okay, we're gonna start getting really into this. We're gonna start, you know, we start making the levels more complex. Then obviously the player is expected to have to put more time and effort into learning each level. But I think the open level system works really well for getting a player in. Also, because I think the freedom in an open level, a place to explore. Other games do this as well, but the level of linearity can adjust based on the developer's exact specifications. I guess another one I can think of is like I think the Half-Life games do this to a T. You know, where they're able to pretty well showcase like this really cool level design where you're expected to go in a linear direction, but how you get from entrance to exit can be different between each player, you know? Depending on your choices as a player, you'll end up with different things going on, you know? Oh god. No! Owie. At least they put me on this side of it. Oh boy. I will say, I did get to play. I did play D&D last night as last night as well, and I feel like the character I've designed. The one thing I have noted about this wizard I'm playing in D&D is that because every character I've ever written, in some way or another, has a DNA traces to me in terms of personality. Science Deckle. Hello. I shot him. He's dead. Remind you of Subnautica with that talk. I think Subnautica is one that I'm not sure if I'd ever get around to it. I've never actually played Subnautica, but I do recognize that I do have a healthy respect and fear of the ocean. And I kind of wonder if I would be able to handle it, you know? Ow. Ow, ow, ow. I am getting juggled by giant electric fan. Ow. Okay, question. Can I just run off? I can. Okay, game. Why are we like this? Ah, there we go. Interesting. But Subnautica's... I guess Subnautica and... I think there's some other games that feel similar where they procedurally generate a limited space. I think also Terraria kind of fits into this vibe of it's still a very limited world, but and those limits are not a bug, but a very important feature of the design. Because that is something I think actually kind of took me away from Minecraft over time. Was that infinite doesn't feel as big as huge, you know? I remember that was the best way I've ever heard it described. Was that a very large world does not feel nearly... Like, an infinite-sized world does not feel nearly as impressive as a big one, you know? I think the idea is that when something's infinite, we cannot comprehend its scale very well at all. Because humans are actually quite bad at noticing the differences in scale. Like, gauging how far away a million and a billion is actually something notably hard for humans to do. Oh god. I'm getting stunned. Okay, we're good. Okay, this sleep mechanic actually sucks. This sleep mechanic genuinely sucks. Brother man. Why are they including gimmicks like this now, of all times? Stop that. Oh, jeez. But again, I think that because I think a very large space actually does feel like, okay, I can comprehend how much larger this thing is than me. Whereas you give someone, oh, we have 50... Actually, this is one of those things that Starfield did that I poked fun at a bit. Was, you know, you have like a couple million planets and it's like, okay, who cares, you know? Well, that's the problem. I clicked the left stick. That was the problem. I see. I see the problem. I clicked the left stick. This enemy type, by the way, this enemy type actually sucks. This has to be one of the most annoying enemy types to deal with I have ever seen. Ow. Oh, brother. This enemy, this area just is not, this area is very annoying. I don't know what it is. God. Why is this place nothing but machinery? Okay, why is heaven filled with machinery? Oh god. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're out of here. I guess on that talk of, you know, of scale and such, I think also that it affects your level and world design too, you know? You know, when you make a world too big and it doesn't really make sense, really. Not just a literal planet, but also just the world building you're working within. You know, you make it too large a scale, it just doesn't matter. That's just something that happens to Dragon Ball that kind of made fights feel a lot less meaningful, was that it doesn't really work to say, oh, the universe is in peril. Like, dog, I can't even comprehend the full planet. You know what I mean? And I think that when you can't comprehend the scale of the world you're in, it's like, okay, what do you do with that then? Let's see, 5. Ow. Just gonna keep hitting him as hard as we can. Ah, oh wow, he killed me fast. Okay. Oh god. Game, why? Game, why? I think I'm more confused with the fact that he keeps making himself invincible. What's the point in having a boss that just keeps making it so you can't hit him? Iris in. If you don't stop her bound. I feel like I'm understanding less about this game, about this boss's mechanics than I should. This boss fight is part scales goes. If it's the main purpose, I'd go and explore things to create stuff within, or create stuff within. Yeah. I think that it's kind of upsetting when you're playing a game of like massive scale, and that massive scale doesn't really amount to more than just, okay, cool. Like here's this massive, you know, here's this cool shot, but that's about it, really. Because that can kind of be upsetting, you know, when you see, oh yeah, the world, like we're talking about the universe here, and nothing's really, there's not really anything in it, you know? Because I've seen plenty of open worlds where there's not enough to do in between the stuff there is. And when you end up just kind of walking through empty space upon empty space, you sort of notice, you know, you take notice that the place is empty. Actually, I guess, weird example of this happening in a book. Because I've actually seen this happen in a book before. Where the book Ringworld is such a fascinating concept until you realize how much of it is just empty. It's probably the one aspect of Ringworld that feels the most confusing. Hey Bango, how's it going today? Hope you're doing well. But like the thing with Ringworld is, as a concept, you're thinking, okay, this is a ring that is encircling a sun. They took all of the mass of an entire solar system and turned it into one giant ring for people to live in. Like, live on, rather. Subnet itself is good, in my opinion, because of what site you can create what you want, but I agree if there's nothing, yeah. And, like, with Ringworld, the thing was that the, like, if you were to try and go around the circumference of it, ended up not finishing the Fuga demo because I didn't want to kill a kid. I feel that. I understand. I do think that I guess just to let you know, that decision does get retracted, but due to a thing that happens. But no, yeah, that first call, I feel like, is the game's major point, that you might have to do it again. And yeah, no, I fully understand. Don't worry. I think the only reason I was able to handle it was just because I wanted to see what the game was going to do. And also, I guess it's just stuff. I know timey-wimey BS. Yeah, no, I just like... Well, and I guess in this case, too, it's also that they want to introduce the soul cannon without giving you a permanent consequence for it. But, no, it is fully understandable. I totally get it. But, nevertheless, or is I? Yes, Ringworld. And the tough thing is that it's... What was it? I think it's like the radius of the moon twice over. Or the Earth twice over, just to, like, you'd have to go around the Earth twice, I think, to get from, like, on the thin side of a ring world. You have to go that much twice, which is like, how do you even begin to comprehend that space? It's still a limited space, but then it's like the whole book. Might go back and play the game full, but not right at the second. I did a Ghost Song, and that was fun. Oh, that's cool. Good they able to get onto something. You know, you have to move into something though. Yeah, no, I fully understand. It feels like it is definitely a game that you kind of have to, if you need to take it in parts, do so. I understand. That is reasonable. But I feel like, I guess to put a pin on the point that I was making with emptiness, is that the entire book of Ringworld almost glosses over the Ringworld itself at points. Because the author kind of understood that making the reader also have to do nothing but drive around and enjoy empty space wasn't that interesting a story. And it's like, it kind of skips to the... What the heck is this? Guild application? What? I don't know who this is. I don't know what that is. The what? Cold-hearted El Rio's adventure? What did I just do? Genuinely uncertain what I even did. Quest. Also, where do I view achievements? I actually don't know where to view achievements right now. Let's see. No. Save. Okay, understood. But I think like it's funny because even stories taking place in very large areas, like very large spaces, they don't tend to focus on the fact that there's a whole lot of nothing. You know, they tend to fill that space with a lot of stuff. And if not physical stuff, then plot stuff, you know, story things. And it can kind of feel weird when if you're taking part in a story where it's really about there's so much nothing, you know? And the tough thing is with a video game, if you make an open world, then the story the player experiences is, oh yeah, I drove for this long to get to a place, you know? And that's not really what people show up to play, you know? It's like, that kind of storytelling is very weird, you know? Like, I think one of the ones that really gets me is if you stick to certain open world games, but you don't fast travel, and you spend a lot of time riding from place to place, the best open world games will have things, you know, random events happen on the way to and from, and that's fun. That can keep the entertainment going the whole time. I don't know what that guy was going on about, but you can kind of get this vibe of, okay, this is a story that is evolving as we go forward, and that's really fun. But when you have a game where it's, I think my favorite open world game is still Infamous. Oh, that's a fantastic pick. I remember playing Infamous because the PlayStation 3 outage back in the day, and I remember I got it as one of my free games because I was like, oh, superheroes, that sounds sick. And then I was not ready for how awesome that game was. I think they're still somewhere in the house. I had maps of the world printed out with all the blast shards, so I could find all of them on the so I could find them all, and I would like cross out parts of the map that I had searched already. Because I didn't have an iPhone or a phone that could like do that sort of stuff. So that was really, I remember that very well because it was really cool. And man, so that game is so good. I think that one's another great example of if you limit the scale of your open world and fill it with a lot of cool stuff, I think you end up with something that's a lot more fun than just, here's a full planet of things to do, and then it's like, okay, what's actually in there? And you crack it open, and there's just like empty space and the occasional thing going on, you know? And it definitely feels a lot better when an open world has a lot to do all the time. We're going to Solus's Fortress? Yeah, okay. All right, cool. I do think Infamous might be one of the best. I think Infamous 2 made a lot of really good improvements to the formula that the first game innovated on and made. And I think that's super neat. Oh god. Ugh. Oh, these guys hurt. What the heck? I'm beginning to think that these levels, they were expecting me to do some more like grinding to level up some more. Because to be fair, I have done actually none of it. I pressed the wrong button again. Crap baskets. Ow. Question. Why did I lose all my MP? Okay, I'm gonna wait a moment and... Ow. Never mind, I did not get to wait a moment. You know what? I think I'm just gonna dip really quick because I think I need to go level up some more. Exit. Yeah, we'll exit the dungeon. Power guide. That's fine, thank you. Yeah, we probably do want to go level up some more because we are getting kind of cooked. Because we have not leveled up much at all. Can I use my items here? Oh, I'm not allowed to use them here. I see. Let's see. Probably do want to actually go look around and see if we can find some stuff to help us level up some. You can identify an L shard. You can receive one. What is an L shard? I'm beginning to think this is probably why I'm getting cooked. Just, I think it might be part of the problem if I don't actually know all the mechanics of the game, or at least the ones that should matter at level 95. So probably a wise decision for me to go level up some more. Let's see. What do we have? I guess I should check my... Wait, it'd be skills, right? Put the desired skill in the slot. Oh yeah, here we go. Shoot enemies with a bullet that absorbs HP, absorb 10% if they have a bleed debuff. Blood and chain. Secret item manual is needed. Let's see. Punishment. Blood bullet sounds really cool, but I think we'll do this one. Chain Viper sounds really cool. I like this one. I don't really think I know the skills as well as I probably should. But at the same time, I think some of this will just end up being, okay, I just need to figure some stuff out. Let's see, custom hotkey. Let's see, 5. So it's LB and start to use those skills. Got it. Understood. Oh, it's LT and RT to use the quick slots. Okay. That actually probably would help out a lot. Good to know. We'll see if I remember it. Alright, let's see. How about... I should probably double check inventory because I feel like or at the very least I should see if I can do it. Have we gotten any equipment so far? I swear it feels like I feel like we almost never get equipment. And most of the stuff we end up getting seems to be for quite literally anybody else. Checking. What does this do? Identified an item. Let's see, what is this one? This one's still worse than the one we have, really? Wow. I'm kind of amazed how often we get equipment that's just actually worse than the stuff we have. How are we supposed to get better equipment then if we just constantly get equipment that isn't good? Is there a special place I'm supposed to go for this, or... I don't really understand. I don't understand. Thinking about Dark Crystal. I think every time I say I don't understand, I just think about the Dark Crystal. What does this do? Field quest goods. Okay, don't know what that does, but we won't touch it. Understood. We might as well go and clear some extra dungeons just to try and level up a little more then. We'll redo the Atlas levels, I think. Maybe that'll be good, maybe? Wait, no, wait, I just saw it's level 90 and higher. Because my level range is 95 now, so I have to do stuff at level 95. Nah, well. You know, it's probably still worth it to go replay these anyway. Yeah, still worth it. Still worth it. According to the experience bar, we are at only 11% to the next level, so... probably worth it to play another level just to be safe. Ow. There we go. Yeah, I feel like I'm thinking now also about we talked about, like, you know, this, like, the scale of games kind of feeling a bit strange. I think sometimes it also can come down to, like, mechanical scale too. Thinking about, like, games that introduce too many systems in one game, where you just end up kind of rolling your eyes at all the stuff they've added to it. I think one of the ones I can think of with that is every game that has, like, the farming. It's like, okay, we have the farming system, we have the system, we have, like, all the different systems for management and all that stuff all at the same time, but they don't do anything more than just, oh, we added it because it's supposed to be here, you know? Sort of the difference between we did this because it's actually a part of the game design we wanted to do, and, oh, well, it's the style of the time, so we need to add it, you know? It's actually happened a couple times to games in the 2000s where, oh, everybody's doing it, so we have to have it in the game, right? And those kind of mechanical decisions can feel really disingenuous, you know? They feel really weird because they're not actually there because the developer wanted to put them there. It's like, oh no, they're there because the developers were told to put it in. Because, oh, we definitely see that people really like this style of game, so you should put this in our game. It's the kind of decision I think suits make, you know, the sort of thing that like some executive saw something making a ton of money, and their immediate thought is, well, if you just do this again, we'll make the same amount of money, right? Which is categorically not true. I think in gaming especially, I think passion is one of the most valued things in the medium. Because there are plenty of soulless games that have come out made from like, for the reason of making money. I think funnier still are those games that inadvertently develop a soul over time because they were developed by a team who was like, well, we're just gonna make the thing and see how well we can do it. And I feel like, you know what's funny? It's like 50-50 for licensed games of, like, the 2000s, you know? Especially, I think the GameCube and Wii era of licensed video games, 50-50 shot, you know, and you load up a licensed game. Either it's going to be one of the most, like, rushed and buggy nonsense, like, pieces of nonsense you'll ever see. Ow. Why do I keep falling for it? or it's going to be one of the funniest things you ever play, whether it's trying to be funny or not, you know? I think in the case of games that were unintentionally funny, I think the Madagascar video game back in the day, that's probably one of the like most like unironically goofy games I've ever seen. And while it certainly has a lot of issues, it's probably one of the funniest games I've ever played because it's such a like weird thing to play, you know? It's so goddamn funny. But I feel like with games of that type where they were clearly made without the intention of it being like a beloved childhood classic, but they end up becoming one because they made the game accurate to the material, it's kind of funny, you know? Actually, I guess in the similar vein, I'm thinking of, I think every Shrek video game feels like that, where it's like, this could be the funniest thing you ever witness, and part of that's just because the game is so weird. Ow. Okay, well, I missed. Missed the back half of that. That sucks. Ugh. Trying to remember what button it was again to... Ow. I don't know what he's doing, but I don't want to deal with it. Ow. Blech. Okay, thankfully he still got hit, so that's good. Whew. Ah, jeez, gotta stretch my neck some. Alrighty. Whew. Okay. Let's see. Collect. Well, we're level 95 now, so we're doing better. Wonder if they expect me to hit Master Rank by this point. You know, like they expect you to be 99 and be doing stuff for Master Rank at this point. Is it? Nah, I don't know what it's doing. Yeah. Let's see. I guess with open, I guess again to the point of open worlds, I guess it's harder to do it right because you have to be able to direct the player without telling them where to go. I think that it's actually something that I have found to be a weird consistency is that for some reason, and I kind of get it, is that a lot of players genuinely hate it if you are directly telling them where to go. One of those things that Skyrim does that it's funny that people will actually either mod it out or just turn it off or just like, you know, ignore it, is that a lot of the time, a lot of like open world players really don't like waypoints. They don't like markers. Like people who really get into the genre will gladly turn that kind of stuff off if they can help it. Because the number one thing you want to be able to do is be able to tell the player where to go and how to get there without having to speak, you know? Bonus points if you can do so by using your environment to direct the player like in a way that is psychological rather than trying to consistently yell at the player to go in the right direction. Because it kind of defeats the purpose of opening the world up if you're just going to tell the player where to go anyway, right? Kind of feels like, okay, but why even make an open world if you're just going to keep telling me this is the important part? Because when you make an open world, the whole thing is important, right? Like if you make a world that the whole world is important, so if you make an entire world and then decide to implicitly tell them that, yeah, but this is the important part, it feels less like you designed an open world and more like you wanted to prove that you could make a giant open space in your computer, you know? It's like, well, what's the point in that then? Okay, somehow that worked out. Not bad at all. Okay, cool. Oh god, no. Ah! To the ledge I go. Ow. If I just keep eating these discs, it apparently kills everything, so that works out. Not bad. Alright. Oh, we get to fight Dekel again. It's kind of funny that I go from one place to fight Dekel, and now I'm fighting Dekel a second time. Ow. Oh, jeez. I don't know what that guy's going on about, but it is happening. Oh, yeah! This is happening! Alright, well, we've opened the funny dungeon before us. Thankfully, Dekel... Okay, yeah, now that I'm appraised of how this works, I am absolutely going to be a little bit more careful. Ugh. Right, excellent. I did not get cooked this time. Oh god, but that thing's making me go to sleep. I do not want the sleep time, thank you. Yeesh. They're not like these little guys, but why are they here? Why are these little guys even here? What is their purpose in this place? What is the hierarchy of this heaven? Why is it so strange? Oh god. Okay, we're good. Try my best to save using the full restores for when we actually need them. Oh god. Okay, thankfully for some reason the game just said, okay, we're gonna go this way instead. I'll take that, but a little strange when we take those. Oh god, not this again. Not this again. Not this again. Okay, we're good. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Hello. Ow. Okay, so why is the sound so loud here, too? Holy crap. I feel like the sound design got suddenly louder here. I don't know what happened, but... Oh, God. There's more of the sleepy guys. Why? Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, whoever decided to put these sleep guys in this area absolutely needs to have a stern talking to about level design, because holy crap. Oh my god. Why in this level of all places, you know? Like, why here, you know? Oh god. Okay, get over here, you rat. Good lord. Like, what an obnoxious enemy design. Holy crap. Why does it still tell me there's an enemy? Don't tell me he landed on a platform way down there. Don't tell me that. Why is he still alive? Oh, I keep missing the platform. Yeah, why is this so loud? Gracious. Okay, real talk. Did he somehow land? How did you land? What? Stupid rat. Wait, they named an enemy Poopang? Why? I imagine, I reckon the name does mean something different in, I believe this is Korean, a Korean-made game. But oh my god, why would you name it Pooping? Okay, down we go. Ow. good gracious. You know, the sad thing is, I kind of like was hoping that levels of this area wouldn't be too bad, but this is a little egregious. This is a bit egregious. Good lord. I think it's the combination of the sleeping guys and the environmental like hazards. Like these two things together are just diabolical in design. And at the same time, it doesn't really feel like we're near the end of anything right now. Maybe it's just me. I don't really feel like I'm at the end of something. So I don't really feel like I actually got somewhere, you know? Here we go. There we go. Ow. Ow. Okay, that worked. That works, even though it's a little stupid. I'll take it. Oh, that's right, I have to do this again. Why did I do this to myself? Why did I go back to this fight, even though I know it's gonna be pain? I don't know what he's yelling about, but... I don't know, I'm just thinking about that, there's this one really stupid joke I'm just thinking of where it's like, oh, congratulations, or sorry that happened, or whatever. I didn't actually read. It's like, in my head, this is like the language equivalent of that, where I'm like, dude, I don't know what's happening, but I'm sorry it happened to you. Or maybe congratulations, I don't know. Ow. This attack, by the way, evil. Absolutely evil. Oh, God. Okay, hopefully we can deal enough damage to him where he just stops being a problem. Ow. I do wonder how you're supposed to... How am I supposed to deal with that? Oh, it might be a block. Speaking of names, because one of the original Final Fantasy Tactics characters, women, was named Tata, but was corrected to Tetra later. Interesting. Kind of, it's kind of like funny because in my head I'm like, oh, isn't that close to Tato or something? But oh, that's what I'm supposed to do to stop him. Okay, I see. I may not understand how I won, but in the end, I am victorious. Okay. I do feel like some character names end up like that, where you end up changing the names just because it's like, okay, what do you... What... I think with it's translations that often do this more. Tata is Spanish. Oh, I see, I see. That makes more sense. I did not know that. That's actually something that I've seen a couple times now, where Spanish to Japanese is one of the like weirdest things possible. Because English to Japanese has its own sort of hurdles, but like English to like Spanish to Japanese and vice versa. I feel like that particular gulf is actually quite fascinating to observe. Because it's not so it's a similar distance between English and Japanese, but the specific phonetics in the two languages seem to cause a lot more bizarre interactions just because of how the languages are formatted. A lot of it comes down to the fact that pronunciations are there are pronunciations that are shared. It's just that they don't mean the same thing. And that can be problematic. What did I win? Boxes. You need 1.5 million ED to open advanced sure. Vigor potion. Wait, so it costs 1 million ED to open this and you get 3 potions out of it? That is the lamest thing I've ever seen. I'll open the other one just to see what happens, but... Okay. So I'm down 3 million currency because... I'm down 3 million currency, got 6 potions out of it. That's wild. Potions that are useful for growth. Oh, and I just got 30 of them. Oh no, 50 of them from this thing. Are you serious? That is actually insane. Teta is Spanish slang for a woman's chest. Oh, I see. Okay. That makes more sense then. It makes more sense why they would change the name. Understood. Again, it feels a bit like this is something that it's not really an oversight on the developer side. It's just more like it's one of those things where if you're not, it's hard to expect a developer, even a large team, to know all of the cultures of the world and their slang and their terms. Even just knowing all the languages is hard to get down. And it is also why it's good if you can to have somebody who can help you learn more about that sort of stuff. But it's also sometimes just unintentional, sometimes you end up with like that, where it's like, okay, like the writers at Square Enix were probably like, what do you mean we have to change the name? They're probably thinking like, what are you talking about? And then when they get educated, it's like, oh, we didn't know that. And most of them won't. Like, there's just no way that for them to know. But it is interesting when it happens, when you see something like that happen, you go, ah, I see. Let's see. Do we have any? We have no new equipment. You gotta be kidding me. I swear. Okay, can I... Maybe now I have some materials I can go enhance my stuff with, maybe? Maybe. I hope so. Let's see. If I repair items, nothing. Enhance. Can I enhance any of this? No. So we still can't really do anything. Man. Does seriously feel like I am lacking so many materials for things. Solus's Fortress. Oh yeah, that's right. We died in Solus's Fortress. Oops. That's right. Did I just start? I started the wrong level. God dang it. How do I retreat? How do I dip? We need to leave. We need to get out of here. I don't want to be here anymore. Is there a way to retreat in this level? How do I leave? I did not actually want to come here. I don't blame him, just like you said. Yeah. It's like, that's one of those things again where it's like, I think... Do you really want to exit? There'll be a penalty of ED and durability on items. Fine. Alright, we'll do it again. You know what? Probably worth it. We probably do need to level up anyway. Probably worth it. You know, by the end of the day, it'll be worth it, so it'll be fine. It's worth it. It's fine. Whee! I think similarly with stuff like that, I think it's also... Wow, wait, that was Chain Viper? That was what it was? Can I just say, that Chain Viper move, I don't know what I was expecting, but I don't think I was ready for it to be that... Don't know if I would call it underwhelming, but I would definitely not call it the most interesting move I've seen in this game. Maybe it's just because the Maybe it's because I didn't really get to see it work. Let me try the other move when we get up to another group of enemies. But in any case, I think writing flubs like that happen all the time. Sometimes it's just because people hear a term and they're like, oh, I want to use this term. I actually think Wendigo is one that I've kind of just determined that it won't really ever be worth it for me to use that in a writing sense at all. Let's see, RB plus start? Or no, LB plus start. Ow. Oh, I accidentally entered chat on accident. Oops. Okay, I need to. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate now, isn't it? Okay, game, if you're going to... Man, the enemies really did just decide to shove me to a corner. Okay, before I keep going forward... Okay, first thing, why does hitting that button... Okay, question. Game? It's not me access options. I thought that it said that I could use I thought it said start plus RT or RB, so I'm trying to use the I might just need to try it using the actual buttons themselves rather than... I do not like that enemy type. I think the only thing I'm not liking about this area in particular is I don't really like the enemies here. I think the other enemies were, like, more fun. I think these guys have just been kind of, like, blech. Okay, well, we're gonna skip that. And he's dead. Hey. Yeah, I'm gonna need to check I'll need to check what the buttons are for that, because I don't know why I can't use the attack I wanted to. Ow. Oh god. I think this place also suffers from the music being kind of just like, oh, it's nice, but... The music's certainly nice, but not anything I'd really want to listen to while I'm fighting enemies type thing. I think it's also because the enemies here just have such weird mechanical interactions. Because I imagine they did, I kind of feel like they intended for this area to be kind of just like making it difficult to deal with everything, but I don't know how wise of a decision it is to make the enemies just like pester the like incoming player. Because some of these attacks seem, you know, tailor-made to just be like plain Jane annoying rather than being like a puzzle. So that can kind of suck some of the momentum out of this level for sure. Yeah, because now I have to deal with this haberdashery. Okay, I really need to get the buttons down so I can use that attack more often, because that looked really cool. Okay, he's dead. Ow. I have figured out I probably should, in the next week or so, I should probably get started on pulling together all of the... pulling together all the games I've played this year. Because I figured what I want to do is try and get maybe not like 1st of January, but like early in the month of January, I'd like to have the... I would like to get the tier list up earlier this next year. I think some of that might just be because I think it'd be fun to have that sort of stuff done on like in time to, so I can worry about it less as I go into January. Oh god, I fell again. Mainly because it's something I can just do because it's something I sit and record for, you know, 90 minutes to 2 hours. And it's certainly a lot easier to do nowadays because just, okay, I can do that stuff. It's easy. I know it's one thing that, in terms of video editing, I don't think anybody would really care if I left them in, but when it comes to video editing, like my talking videos, I tend to scrub out a bunch of my exhalations, which sounds really weird, but it's mainly just because I don't like listening to my own, like, noises, you know? Like, in and out breathing when I'm talking. Obviously during streams I can't really field for them that much, but when I'm making a recorded video, I try to scrub those out as much as I can, unless they're for comedic effect, you know. Oh god. Get these guys away from me. Oh my god, let me out. Why? Oh my god, I'm getting stun locked. Oh my god. Why? Stupid rats. I do not like these rat bastards at all. It's like the exact kind of enemy design to just be annoying. I'm just gonna keep attacking because I don't care anymore. Oh god, let me out. Let me out. Oh god. Oh god. I was not ready for more mana. It does kind of seem like some of these boss fights kind of expect you to get hit a ton anyway, because on design alone. Oh, thank god he's dead. Okay. Well, we did good. Okay. Well, I didn't want to be there, but we won anyway, so in the end I am victorious. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Oh, I did decide. I won't say... I'm not allowed to talk about sales numbers and stuff. Like, not like sales numbers as in, like, how many I sold or whatever. I mean more like sales as in Steam sales. I will just say I will announce more stuff about it once when the winter sale has begun. I don't think Steam even knows I exist, so it's fine. But... I'll talk about it more, but I really hope people check out the Steam sales this year. I tried my best to be generous. And by that I mean... Whew, very excited. I'm excited for that to come around. No rewards. I think it's funny that I've actually hit... I somehow hit a... I have over 999 of those. Alright then. We just have full restores. Understood. Okay, let me check my buttons again, because what is the button for these two? Because this is hotkey 5 and 10, I think? What are these hotkeys? Okay, so skill slot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. LB plus start. Okay. RB plus start. Okay. I think when we go to Solus's Fortress, let's see if I can try that out really quick. I want to make sure that those buttons actually work so I can actually use those new abilities we unlocked. Because if I'm going to use these new abilities, I probably should at least be able to actually use them, you know? Okay, let's see. Ow. Oh, this place is just hell. Understood. Okay, this place just kind of is awful. I understand. Why is the floor lava? So in this area, the floors are lava, everything emits lasers when they die, and everybody does 100+ points of damage. Understood. Okay. What I'm seeing about this place is that this place actually is just awful. Like 100% awful. Seems like I have to restart my phone for Twitch to work. Ah, I see. I hate it when apps do that, where it's like you're just like, okay, why is this not working now? I saw a video recently about how apps aren't really making things easier for people, and you know what? Honestly, I agree. I do just kind of agree in general that I feel like the way that a lot of new applications are being made, it just feels like everybody heard that it's the high-tech thing to do is to have an app and to keep updating that app even if you got it right the first time, you know? That's the real truth of it, is it feels like they get it right the first time. God, this place just sucks. What the heck? Oh my god. Ugh. Alert system of the fortress has been destroyed. Thank God. But I have found that, and it's something that kind of has made me. I don't think I want to say rightfully, but I feel like anytime somebody says they have like an Alexa in their house or that they have like all this brand new tech, it's one thing to be to be into technology and to be designing your own stuff. It's another thing to be buying a bunch of crazy tech and putting it in your house. Because I have not found a smart device that works. It's like they call it a smart device, and then the device itself is the dumbest thing in the room. Right up there with like the dog that's cross-eyed and the friggin' like the actual most like brain-dead creatures I have seen, you know? Like, it is rare for me to find an actual smart, like, a device that actually feels like it deserves the title smart device. I just do not, I'm not into that sort of stuff. I don't know. I've run into too many times where a supposed smart device is going to be, you know, introduced into a system, and it's just like, okay, cool. I'm going to hate this thing as much as possible, you know? Okay. So where are we going anyway? No sense. Okay. Why is this place built like a Shovel Knight level? What the heck? Oh god. Fingers crossed we can keep it that way, though, that we're not going to get noticed, but we'll see. Okay. I will say it is easier for me to... Oh, hi. Robot lady again. Why? Oh god. Actually, I just realized I'm running out of the regular MP potions more than I am the... I think I might need to go buy potions soon, because I think I'm running out of the normal healing potions. Also, I appear to not be able to get back up there. Oh, there we go. Alright then. Make sure it's on low. Whoa. Ow. Where am I going? What? You know what's funny? This looks like a familiar spoiler, but not one I'll mention now because I think it actually spoiled the game for some people. There's another game that the end of that game looks similar to this, and for some reason it's like, oh, okay, is this actually the end of the game, or? I don't know actually at this point. Oh god. I think it's the guys who just keep shooting the arrows at me. Those are the ones that just kind of make me make my face scrunch up a little bit, like. Okay, let's see. RB plus start. Well, that didn't work as intended, but it was very funny. Oh god. Oh jeez. What am I dealing with right now? What is this place? Alright, there we go. Okay, now... just yeet the big disc. Big disc seems to work just fine, so that's good. Alrighty, let's get out of here. I will say, this area is a bit confusing in the layout, but it's really cool looking, but it is a little confusing on the layout. Okay, that worked out pretty well. Ow. 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 Okay, let's see. Ah. Okay, we're good. You know what's funny? I feel like it's so weird to me that we suddenly went from no enemies do like, you know, martyrdom type tactics when they go down, and then this area has just been nothing but enemies who explode when they die. I'm fascinated by the sudden shift in the developers' tactics. It does make me wonder if this area was designed like way after the original areas were. You know, like this seems like the kind of area that was maybe like designed. Ow. Maybe it was designed after the fact. You know, it's like a much later update of some kind. At least that would be my guess, just because of the. Oh, start is also... Oh, I see what the problem is. Start is also hooked to chat. Is it LT plus start? Nope. Okay. I understand the problem. So every time I try to use the one ability... oh, it's because LT might be hooked to chat. Maybe that's the problem. Or LB. Maybe one of those buttons is hooked to chat. Maybe that's the problem. That might be the problem. Because I'm noticing now that it happens every time I try to use only left bumper. F1 plus start. Oh no, it worked that time, so what? Oh, it's because just pressing start activates chat. Okay, I'm gonna need to change that button because that is really stupid. I am gonna need to change that. Maybe I'll change it to clicking right stick or something because I won't do that on accident. Yeah, because I can do this one just fine. Ow. Okay, well, apparently that attack worked, so that's pretty good. I have a question. How did I miss an entire section of the map? Maybe I'm a little confused, but how did I miss, like, 3 sections of map in this area? Whoa. Okay. Wah. Okay, up we go, maybe? Yep, there we go. Okay. There we go. Alright, we're out of here. We're out of here. I don't know what he's talking about, but brother needs to understand I'm here on a mission. And that mission is to probably die at least 2 or 3 more times. You can attack Sheathe the Sun with skills only. Okay. I don't really know why, but that makes sense. Why is there black lightning following me around everywhere? Oh, this one can only be hit by basic attacks, I see. That doesn't really make any sense, but I'll just play ball, it's fine. Okay. Good lord. Game. Let me out. Why is the lightning falling? Why is this lightning? What is the objective of the lightning? Also, why is the camera so zoomed out? Okay. This is a lot of button mashing to kill one thing. Holy crap. Okay, it's dead. Holy. How's the ground shaking if okay. The ground is shaking and I'm just thinking, dog, everything's a platform off the ground. How is it shaking? Oh, it's this guy. Man, he's got a back arch. Holy crap. Oh, there's Saltless. Time to fight. Ow. Oh god, he's got combos. Oh god. I gotta use buttons. Watch out, he's got polygons. Ow. Ha. Can't be from behind, fool. Thankfully we get iframes during that, but holy crap. Ow. I don't know if I'm supposed to have a more in-depth strategy other than just survive, but... He has achieved 1, 2 before darkness is cast. What? It kind of seems like... on a side note, how did... Oh god, I clicked the chat button again. No.
더 이상 지체할 수 없어요.
Okay, so I can use it. I can use it properly if I.
베이면 아플 거야.
이 세상의 진실, 너희도 곧 알게 될 거다.
Okay, well, we won. Do you think the people who work at Twitch at work? Like, do you mean Twitch as in stream, or do you mean Twitch as in, like, convulse? Because I would say, I don't know, man. Probably. I would say maybe, but I have no idea. Watch Twitch? Oh, probably. I feel like if you're not into live streaming and you work at a company that does live streaming, I don't know if you'd actually have a fun time with it. I feel like that's the sort. I feel like some jobs are the ones where you have to kind of enjoy partaking in it in order to really, you know, to work well in it. At least that's my 2 cents. I don't know if that'd be. I don't know if it's 100% true for people who work at Twitch, but I don't know. I feel like if you don't like Twitch as a platform, I don't think you'd work there, you know? I feel like if you view it as like some sort of like, oh, it's just for the money, it's like, are you sure? Because I don't know if you'd really work in live streaming if it was only for money. I feel like there's a lot of fields that are just as equitable that you'd probably have more fun time with. So I'd say probably. Especially the web developers. I think the web developers, I think most of them really like actually being at Twitch, you know? I don't think you could otherwise, you know? And maybe that's me just like hoping that the people who work at a place actually like working at that place, but you had a Twitch employee pop in chat? Nope. I don't think I have, no. I think most of that's just because I reckon it is just has nothing to do with me. It's just like something to do that. Yeah, I just figure it's just like one of those things. It's like it's one of those things where if I saw one, I don't think they would make themselves known. You know, it'd probably be one of those things that they go, oh yeah, they just say something or go like, oh yeah, you know, whatever. So it would probably be one of those things where it would be one of those things where I probably wouldn't even know they came by, you know? Actually, that's probably the more likely of things too, is that I probably wouldn't have even recognized that they came by.
소개는 안 해도 괜찮아. 전부터 너희를 보고 있었으니까.
What does this guy sell? Oh, he just sells like straight up like good items. Holy crap, really? That's pretty good. Damn. It's actually not that bad. Okay. Red pocket. Okay, so we could definitely acquire one of these. We have the money. But I think sometimes it's also that, like, I feel like people, you know, I think it's just a thing that I feel like employees would also, if they're just like checking connectivity stuff, I imagine they wouldn't just like constantly make themselves known. Let's see, updates, let's see. Still working on the next music album. Hopefully I can have it done by the end of the month. I think that's kind of my goal right now is having that done for the end of the month, and then if it's like that's kind of like that's my goal at least. And then I'm still working. I'm doing the part-time stuff, so I'm doing good there. I'm feeling pretty solid about the work I'm doing there. Looking good. They're hoping to have a demo out by December, and I'm optimistic it'll happen. I think there's a lot of barriers to that being a reality, though. Because it's basically the demo needs to be ready in a month, and I think that'll be a very hard deadline to jump. But I think it's possible. I think it's just going to be very hard. Particularly with what's still left to be done, I think that it's one of those things that could end up taking longer than anyone could anticipate. So I could see that. I could see it going either way, actually, to be honest.
코어가 병사들의 에너지원이라고 하지 않았나? 부쉈는데도
이번에는 효과가 있네요.
I don't know what's going on there, but it's happening. Let's see. What do I need to do now? Talk to Theodore. This guy.
상황이 좀처럼 나아지지 않나? 엘리시아는 참 아름다운 곳이지.
It does sometimes feel like
정말 숨돌릴 틈이 없네.
Sometimes it really does feel like I do not understand what is happening half the time in this game. Like, even when I am reading the dialogue, I'm like, brother, what is happening?
소개는 안 해도 괜찮아.
Wait, is this really how the story ends? Is that they just have you do, like, a bunch of reading?
베리아트는
Oh. It's like, that's kind of strange. Clear halted son's memory. Okay. We have one more level to go. We're almost to level 99, so we're getting up there. We're getting up there. Yeah, I needed some more water, jeez. Alright, let's see. What do we got for weekly missions? You can accept weekly missions from level 99. Daily reward info. Huh. Okay. We have an ad break. I'm going to take a moment and just... I need to stretch again. Back and shoulders are like... Ah, jeez. I think it happens sometimes. But yeah, I guess to further update things, I have been looking at next year's, what I want to do project-wise. I'm not sure right now what I want to do. I think some part of me, I have a book I want to write. I have... Obviously, I'll do some more music albums. I will be still working the part-time. Thank you for the hydrate. I think the part-time job will probably take me... I'd probably say if I'm estimating the project's entirety, I'd probably guess I'll be on it until June, I'd guess. You know, I think that's probably what it's going to be. I'm not sure. It might be longer, it might be shorter. It really depends on when my part of the job is done. Because once the game's, like, the majority of the game is done, my hands will no longer be needed. Because if I design good enough code that is modular enough and we can, you know, I don't have to keep remaking things, then the game is basically ready. You know, it's kind of like, okay, then the rest of the team can handle the brunt of the development on that end. But we'll see. You know, it's one of those things where it might, the realities may change as the year goes forward, so we'll see. I'm gonna write another book because I feel like the books have been something of a important part of practicing and writing, and also some stories I don't think I could make into video games. You know, there are some things I don't think I would do as a video game specifically, and there are also some stories that I think are fun to do for books. Signed up for a project of helping develop browser automation agents. Well, that's neat. I hope it's a fun one. Hope you're able to savor the work there. Because that sounds like it'll be a good time, but I hope that it stays fun. You know, that's the kind of thing with those projects, you know? I hope it stays consistent. Let's see, what do I got so far? Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I was gonna write it on my list for tomorrow to do the... Should probably do that tomorrow. I didn't do it all weekend because I wasn't working all weekend. Probably reduce the work of a social media team. That sounds nice. I hope that it has the intended effect. You know, it's like Because sometimes the system gets introduced and it increases the work of a different team instead of decreasing the work overall. So I hope that it works as intended to reduce the work in total. So that'll be good. I think you'll have fun. Let's see, what was I on about? But yeah, I think I'm gonna try and do a book. I am gonna start planning. I have an idea for a game, but I don't know how sold I am on it exactly. I'm kind of like, I have a couple of different game projects I want to do at some point. I know one of the ones that's been in the back of my mind is doing I really want to do the sequel to Red Genie, but I don't know if it's time yet, you know? I want to, but I'm gonna wait. I kind of want to wait a little bit longer on it. And I know in the case of, like, obviously Madman's Dice is an individual game, so it's not really a sequel thing. I think Red Genie is going to be a duology, so whenever I make the sequel for that, that's the end of that whole story, is 2 games. Just like with Greenwalker, where 2 books is enough for me to get the whole story down, as it were. I think I have 2 other games I want to do. One is I'm probably going to do it in Godot, because I think Godot's 3D system will work well for what I want to do. I've also been kicking around the idea that I think if I do the 3D game, it might be closer to horror than it will be anything else, but it will be like a mix of genres. It'll just be like its own thing, really. And I have a bunch of ideas for things. I just need to choose the ones I want to chase next year. So we'll see. We'll see. I know at the very least next year I will start the pre-production of a game. I think this every other year game development idea seems to be working pretty well, all things considered. Okay. Okay, well, at least thankfully these attacks still work, so that's pretty good. Can I just say this area reminds me of the Final Fantasy IX end, but I don't know how good of a thing that is. It sounds kind of bad, but it's like, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that yet. I'm not sure how to feel about that yet, so we'll see. We'll see where we're at with that by the end of this. This guy Solus kind of gives me the vibes of like edgy Kirito from Sword Art Online. You know, it's like, here's a guy, here's your sword, here's your one sword, and here's your cool magic techniques and stuff. Nothing says you're the coolest swordsman around like having sword beams. The sword beams are a vital part of the game, truly. The sword beam's an important part of the universe. Are we viewing his memories? Is that what's happening here? I'm guessing that's the case, that Solus got betrayed and he's now fighting everybody in the way. Understandable. You know what's funny? I didn't even need the whole story to know that that's probably what's happening. Magician of Solus's family. Also, why did they name their son Solus? I wonder why they named him that. These are not real dreams or someone else's memory. I mean, that's pretty obvious. I don't think we'd see a young version of a guy we just fought if it wasn't memories. Ow. Again, magic is no power because they wanted Solus, I guess. Kind of weird to name like one of 2 children that, but I forgot what the other one's name is, but I think her name is Hernia or something. But why does she get the short end of the stick? Her name is Hernia. Hernia, yeah. I'm guessing it's like it's got to have a different. The pronunciation has to be different for. I'm a little confused, to be honest, but I mean, we were just talking earlier about a character's name was Tata, so I'm guessing it's a similar thing where I don't think the pronunciation was. I think the pronunciation and like the word itself wasn't what was being considered. Punch the magician. Okay, well that works. Yeah, I'm beginning to it's like I get the idea that this whatever happened here was definitely Solus just getting like mogged on, which is unfortunate for him. Whoa. So did he die? Did he get easy? Is it like reverse? Is it? Is it weird that in my head I'm thinking that like is it weird that in my head I'm kind of thinking that this kind of gives me the vibes of like I don't know exactly what this area gives me vibes of, but it feels a lot like okay, so is it an isekai if you just die? Does just dying and going to... Are you going to end it at 4 hours today, by the way? I mean, I did say that I was going to run it a little longer because... Ow. I'm getting stun locked. Help, game. Well, I appreciate if nothing else that I can get stun locked. Okay. Well, I am gonna run it a little bit longer because I did have to start a little later because of the... because I had to download some stuff at the beginning of stream. So I think that works out well enough. Ow. Thankfully, gun is still a very powerful move against these guys. Do you know Twitch identify themselves with a badge? I mean, that kind of makes sense. I guess it's another thing I haven't really seen. That's how I know I haven't seen one, because I haven't seen any badges that look particularly strange. Oh, I died to poison. Crap. Well, that's fine. I have enough of these. It's fine. I have enough resurrections. It's fine. Throw the Beyblade. Thankfully, these guys aren't too bad to fight, but the fact their attacks can't stack up like that can be a problem. Don't know exactly why there's a... Don't exactly understand the fascination with the Twitch employees, but... I guess if it's just one of those things where it's just like, oh yeah, it's one of those things where it would be really cool to see, but... I don't know. I mean, they're just doing their job. Okay, whichever idiot is taking my MP, I swear. I recommended level 40 chain power to put in the A+. Thank you, Beporn. Yeah, I will say, I've been kind of just ad-libbing this, to be honest. The revives. Remember, Pokemon Go just gave like 200 max revives, 300 max potions. We have enough revives. We'll survive.
때가 되었다.
I don't know.
세계에 미래를 선택할 힘과 자격을 갖춘 자여.
Okay. How's it going today, me porn? Oh god. Yeah, I've been kind of just ad-libbing with what I understand, what I remembered from the game from the last time I streamed this 9 months ago, apparently.
어떤 것이 너의
What the-
정의인가? 이곳에서 보여.
Stop warping, you nerd! Ow, I forgot how to block. Block buttons are for suckers. I'm going in. I missed. I missed. Hit him with the button. Hit him with the machine gun button. Alright, we're good. Hit him with everything we got. It'll be fine. Ow.
어떤 것이 너의 정의인가?
Oh god.
이곳에서 보여봐라.
Get back here, you nerd. Ah! I'll survive the next one, I swear. I survived it. We teched it. We're good. We're good. We're alive. We're good. This is so bad. What was it again? RB plus start. Do the thing! Bros, do the thing! Oh god, it opened chat again. God dang it. Why does it do that every time, I swear?
어떤 것이 너의 정의인가?
And I pressed the button too early. God dang it. Shoot him with a gun! That works!
돌아봐라. 무엇이 너를 여기까지 이끌었지?
Oh god dang it, it did the chat thing again. This is what I get for using a controller, isn't it? Oh god. Ugh. This is what I get. Okay, that works. We're good.
그래.
So tired by still dinner. Yeah.
너의
Make sure you eat. Food is better. Food is always a wise decision to get. Huh. Okay, well that worked, even though it was bad. Okay. Well, that worked, so that's good. We take that W. We take the W. We shouldn't have won, but we take the W. Okay. And, required blood and chain. I don't know what that means. What do we got? I have no idea what I have. Unfortunately, I do not understand. But we're getting there. Fenriart? That's his name?
여기가
가까이 오지 마십시오.
뭐라고?
이게 무슨 짓인가?
어딜 가는?
Wait, this is just the story we saw earlier.
도대체 왜 에레 여기 마스터?
좋아, 태양의 마스터 계승자는
예,
그대는 태양의 힘을 관장하고
So yeah, he basically became the guy. He became the guy so he could find her.
하느님,
그대가 여신
하느님,
그대에게
그렇다면 나는 하지만
So yeah, he really liked that person, and then they just left.
뭘 말하는 겁니까?
I see. Okay, so we understand now. You have to go back to. Oh, I talked to Bernard again. I see. Let's see. We have time for maybe another mission, but let's see. Where do we go? I guess we should talk to him and see where we go next.
이거 정말 큰일이군.
Hello.
아이들이 있어 든든하다면 힘이 되죠.
제니퍼, 하지만
Let's see.
하느님의 말대로 그래.
So Solus.
이게 어떻게 돼? 왜 이건 엘의 기운이 분리될 때 나타나는 분광 현상.
So wait, so Solus didn't go through with his plan, but he ended up having to in the first place? Ah, yes.
자네들이라면 언제라도 환영하겠다.
이런 하느님 안 돼.
So he lost hernia, which I'm guessing is that. Yeah, that makes sense. All right.
오, 자네들.
Can I just say this? Like we've done this two times now today, where it's just talk to a guy 3 times, watch cutscenes. I will say this is probably not. Probably. And wait, this is all story we just saw. Okay,
엘소드와 솔레스는 어디?
Okay, yeah. He. Can I just say, I think that them reiterating what I just saw in the level, like the level story playout they did was really good, and then they make us see it again here.
어서 오게.
I don't know, it's kind of just... That doesn't... I just kind of like, okay, I already saw this, so I don't need to see it a second time.
엘이 없으면. 하지만 윤호가 그랬는 걸.
What's the name of the girl in green?
제멋대로의.
There's Aisha, there's Chung, Rena.
그거 괜찮은 모두 말만.
그럼 난 잘 끝내고 돌아오라고 말해.
그래. 선택. 소녀 맞아요. 자신감을.
So yeah,
다들
they're all...
모두 왔다.
애송이
This whole thing being delivered...
행동해. 나 그래. 엘이 복원되면 레나 누나 늘 그랬지만 이 누나는 자.
I feel like this whole thing being delivered as like this kind of cutscene is...
둘 다 필요 없어.
어째서지?
디시온 에너지로 해를 유지시키다. 거봐. 난 유노와 헤르바운이 지키려 했던.
그렇다면
분명 네가 말했지.
어리석게.
Yeah, I feel like...
해보지 않으면 어리석다고 생각하겠지만 난 자 솔레스.
잠깐, 엘소드.
I think it's kind of weird that they're just like...
엘리오스에서 거대한 에너지.
각지에 흩어진
They do all of this
게다가
as like this kind of cutscene.
엘소드는 자신의 힘.
엘소? 설마.
잠깐, 하르니.
난 괜찮아, 페리아트. 안녕하세요. 지켜보고 있었어. 역시 다 그렇습니다. 엘의 여인님, 엘 안쪽에서 느껴집니다. 엘소드님의 힘 덕분에. 그러나 잠깐.
엘소드가 엘과 합쳐질 때
So Elsword is just in there.
엘소드를 구해야. 여러분을 엘소드님 가까이로 그분은. 그렇다면
나는 이제
그렇다면
아니
페리아트.
그리고 우리는
So he's...
엘을 엘리아 노드까지 재건된 이상
시간이 없습니다. 제가 부탁할게. 고마. 그리고
It's funny that like this whole cutscene, I don't know, it just feels like... I guess to me it just feels kind of anticlimactic to have it as this kind of cutscene. Because they've shown that you can really do some really good stuff with the cutscene design. They've done some really cool stuff with the cutscene design during levels at this point. But then showing that they're just like, okay, we're gonna do it through this again. It's like, okay, I understand. I understand, but I'm still like, man, just kind of like, man. But yeah, all right, that's fine though. I understand. Gate of darkness. The gates of hell. I like this map. It's like, oh yeah, this is the heaven area, and then there's just gates of hell. That's pretty good. I think I haven't really remembered many of the characters in this game, unfortunately. I feel kind of frustrated by it. By my inability to recall at times. I feel like at times it might be because this game feels more like vibes based for me, where it's a fun time to play it, not necessarily that I'll remember everything. But in a way, I think some games are meant to be sort of like distant memories where they come back when you need them. That's good. I think that works in this game's case. So I need to hit level 99 and then I can go to the Elia node. Okay. So we need to play more. We need to level up again. So I literally just need to play a dungeon. Got it. I think if I replay Halted Sun's Memory, I think I'm good. If I just replay this map, I think I should level up to what I need. I think. At least that's what it seems to be from what they showed. Wow. Hit stun. Is it weird that Solace kind of gives me like Clive Rossfield vibes from Final Fantasy 16? I don't know if that's a weird comparison, but he kind of reminds me of him a little bit. in a kind of weird sort of way. I guess sadly, there are a lot of times where I don't really get to know characters that much in this game, only because we do only play realistically one character at a time. So we only get like an ancillary view of the character. Like we get the characters in the story cutscenes, but when it comes to seeing characters more often, we see the one we play as more often. Okay, we've seen this cutscene before. Use this. All right, throw the funny disc. I like that the funny disc does just kind of kill everything. All right, the magician. Oh god. I did not need to waste that, but that's fine. It works out. It's okay. Yeah, Ren. I remember that the one of the characters I can remember pretty well is I do think that Elsword is I think he's better than most like protagonist-y types because it seems like he's more of like part of the ensemble just as much, which is good. Because they give other characters more time to talk, which is good. That's one thing with ensemble casts that sometimes gets kind of screwy is when the characters in the party kind of get shoved to the side for the decided protagonist. And this game has definitely not done that, so that's a really good move on their part. Like, frankly, I'm actually kind of impressed at this game's ability to not have that happen. Because it's one of those things that's pretty easy to have happen on accident, you know? Like, whether you like it or not, like, a game will sometimes end up making a character the protagonist, even if the game has a pretty diverse party of people. I will say Final Fantasy IX is very guilty of that. Because as much as they were like, here's your cast of characters, it's like, the game itself really cared about one character. Like, it gave some spotlight to, like, some characters once or twice, but it oftentimes would just default to give Zidane more time on screen, and it's like, alright, dude, I get it. I feel like Zidane, it's funny, because I like Zidane more when the game is not 100% on him, in that case. Interestingly, I don't think it hasn't led me to being like particularly spiteful towards Zidane as a character in general anyway. Which I feel like would have happened if that happened, I wouldn't have been thinking about building him. Because I got the magic card for him. I got the Magic the Gathering card of Zidane. And I actually want to build a deck with him, so I'm like, okay, cool. Like, I don't feel like I'm like, oh, yeah, Zidane, it's like, no, it's just like, oh, no, it's fine. He's fine. Yeah, see, I think this kind of storytelling they did in this level is probably the best they did with the storytelling in this game. And it's kind of frustrating that they would then say, okay, we're gonna retell the story again. Because that's basically what they did with those last couple cutscenes was, like, 2 of them were basically just reiterate what happened here. Which is a little weird, given that they didn't really need to reiterate it because we just saw what happened here. Oh god, not this again. Nope, not again. I'm not having that happen again. Ow, ow, ow. Alright, thankfully that worked pretty well. Okay, we're good. Holy. Curious to hear about your reaction to Van and 12 and Titus and 10 when you play them. I feel like... You know what's funny? I feel like Titus, his reputation precedes him in a way that almost frustrates me. Because the only thing I know of him is that... What I understand about him is that he's the ultimate... He's like... From what I know of him, from what I've heard, is that he's basically the best version of an isekai protagonist that has ever been written. And I'm curious if that will stay true when I meet the real man, you know? It's like the legends of the character are one thing, but the truth of the matter is something that is more important to dissect. So I'm curious how the truth will stack up. Okay, I'm no longer poisoned, so that's good. Oh god. Alright, shoot this man with a gun. Oh god. Ugh. Stop shooting me with fire. Man, their hit stun is actually kind of nuts. I appreciate that the funny disc is an instant kill move, so that's helpful. Ow. I have been contemplating that I think next year we will, instead of starting an Atlas RPG at the beginning of the year, we probably will start Final Fantasy X. I think 10 is probably going to be what we do next. Because I think that's going to be what we do. Random thing, my fridge apparently likes freezing Powerade drinks. I think that means that there's more water than anything else in there, so that's probably a good thing. Technically. Don't know why your fridge would do that, though. That's kind of bizarre. Oh, I forgot that. Oh, I needed to feed my freaking pet. Oops. Just one out of an 8-pack. Oh, that's weird. Okay, that's kind of weirdly specific. Ow. Just keep shooting him. Pretty sure we're winning, but we'll see. If I just keep using moves to stay in his range, we'll be fine. Come on, here we go. Machine gun! I did it like 3 times, so I'm like, huh? Guess it's funny when it does it 3 times to an 8, like 1 out of an 8-pack. I guess that's... Wow! I guess that would be a rather confusing instance, huh? So I guess we can go to the Elriode and... Oh my god, the sound is broken. Main skills... Okay. Let's see, what do we got? Class Advance quest available. That's Class Advance. Check the window. Let's see. First thing I need to do also is skill. First of the year, Final Fantasy X. Not necessarily the first of the year, not like January 1st, but like the first new series we start, because we're probably... Because here's the thing, we still have Fuga 3 to do, and we still have to finish up the trilogy of Ace Attorney games. So whatever needs to be cleaned up at the beginning of January will happen first. Though I'm sure Fuga 3 is probably just going to be one of those things we just do for a long time, so that's good. Let's see, Chain Viper. I want to empower that. Okay. We have those. Punishment. We're using Rushing Dance right now, so we'll grab this one. Yeah, but I want to say it that way anyway. Yeah, that's true. You're right. But you're right though. Let's see. What is the new quest? Let me see. Become stronger. Robo service. No. Okay, so where is the class one? I guess that's the thing I'm curious to. Character. Class Black Massacre 1 of 5. Okay, so clear Forgotten Elrian Sanctum. So there's a bunch of... So class advances are a thing we need to do. Okay. That's gonna take a little while. I'll buff these really quick while we're here. these. All right. Well, we did good. I'm happy that we were able to... get this far. We don't have enough time. I think we have enough time to do another quest, maybe? Right click from world map. Let's see. So, map. Map. Where is this? It's more specifically, where is the thing I'm looking for? Where am I going? Alright, that's... But, besides Final Fantasy X, I know that... I do want to get to Metaphor, because I frankly just missed Metaphor on accident. I really wanted to play it, and I just straight up missed it somehow. Which, I'll be honest, feels like the most ODaM thing that can happen is I have a game I really, really like, and oh, I want to get around to streaming it, and then I just forget. I forgore. What am I doing? Is it? Are you the Elria node? No. It happens. Yeah, I mean, it's also like, I think it's just that with streaming, I can only hit so many games in a row in every year. So I think the fact that sometimes I just miss something I don't really think it's like, oh, the game, it's never a marker on the game, you know? It's always a marker of, okay, well, how often is it that I end up inadvertently getting kind of... I just kind of get distracted sometimes. Okay, you know what? I'm honestly uncertain where I'm going right now. I feel like I've reached the point in the game, though, that this is where... how do I feed this boy? Kind of why I want to spend some points getting help with the backlog. Yeah, I do deeply appreciate it, because holy crap. It is definitely something that has inadvertently become a bit larger than I've been ready to handle, so... I think next year, I think the goal will be to try to only play games that are on that list as much as I like. Not obviously not like only those, because there will probably be new games that come out and other things I want to get to. But I guess what I mean is that I want to try as much as possible to try and get through some of them, because we have so many games just on that to go through alone that we could probably get a lot of mileage out of it first. All right, actually, you know, I think this is probably a good spot to stop. I think this is a good place we can talk for a little. But yeah, no, it's just a scheduling thing that it'll be one of those things we talk about, we go through, it'll be good. And of course, if we find a game that is really exciting for everybody, you know, for both the viewer side and my side, I think that would be a good one to jump to. Trying to think of like, because there are some games I think that would be a really fun one for us to get to. Especially stuff that's new, because we have the totally legit PlayStation 1. There are some games I've been thinking about go and find, just because I remember hearing about them and never getting to play them. Case in point, it's kind of a weird one. Medieval, with that goofy-looking skeleton guy. I kind of wanted to play that one, but I don't own a PlayStation 4, and I'm not really planning on buying one. I feel like the newest PlayStations have really not done a good job of selling to me personally. Like, for me personally. So if I'm going to play older PlayStation games, it'll probably be through totally legit methods. I guess similarly, there are some older games that I will probably just need to go and find. I think Medieval's one that I wanted to get to, because it's sort of like Spyro, where I like that era of gaming, so I wanted to see what's more of that. I know there's one kind of a silly goal I had at some point, was I wanted to choose one of those collection games, you know, like I don't think it'll be the Sonic and Sega Genesis collection. I do not want to die trying to finish all of those games, but specifically I wanted to try and finish like Sonic Mega Collection or something, you know, just like choose one of those kind of games where it's like Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, and actually beat those games, because I never did as a kid. Because that would be a fun challenge, I think. Alright, either way, though, this will be the end of stream, so thank you all for coming by. Thank you to everyone who came by and couldn't stay to the end. You know, as infrequent as we play this game, I do deeply appreciate that we do have, like, a game that we come back to regularly. I think with Elsword, I probably should do some research and try and actually get better at it. Because I feel like I should get better. I don't know. Maybe it's just like a personal responsibility thing. It's like I've been here enough times. I feel like I should be good at this game already. I'm kind of okay at it, but I don't think I've really picked up enough yet. Doesn't help either that I'm so infrequent about it that I do end up kind of losing a bunch of like would-be experience or, you know, gains. But that's on me. See raid targets if you raid and don't have one, you see. Well, let me take a quick gander. Let's see. I think I'll close Elsword for now because we can. Let's see. If I remember how to close the game. There we go. Scheduled for deletion. We want to exit. You have it. That's okay. Thank you, game. Thank you for. I appreciate the game for asking. Oh, I had her. That's funny. Alrighty. Okay. Let me put up some music really quick. There we go. I've been getting some real mileage out of Cabbage Cavern, by the way. Not even kidding. I have gotten some mileage out of this song. I was not expecting to constantly use Kirby and the Amazing Mirror music for when we're not... when we don't have something on screen on stream. And I'm genuinely impressed at the number of times I have had to do this. And you know what? I'm kind of okay with it. Maybe I should cover this one. Just like get a guitar and just do two different tones and just do the two parts as two different guitars. That'd be fun. This would be a piano probably. Alrighty. I think we can raid out today. Let me see. What do we got? I guess we can. We're kind of small today, but that's okay. That does not worry me. Well, we're kind of small. I don't know. It's kind of like we're. I don't really have like. Probably just, I don't know, man. I guess we could. I should be better about the habit at least. I should be better about the habit. Neuroctim, where are we going? It's just like, I'm kind of stupid. I don't know why I like talking in a Beerus voice for some reason. I don't know, it just makes me happy. Like, Whiz, I'm kind of stupid. I don't know, it's just such a funny voice. Rainbow, Snaxel, Nini, Luette the Clown. Who is Luette? Who's Luette? Have I been there before? I don't think I've ever been to this place before. Who is this clown? I don't think I've been there yet. I've not seen this clown. I don't know why my brain just like, clown? Impressive. Have I been there before? I need to take a gander. Let me see. Whoa. I think I'm... that looks really good, but I feel like I'm small. I will go to... You know, we can go to Axel. We can go to Axel. We go over there. Alright. We got target. Alright. Now then. No worries. Yeah. I think it's it's a self-conscious thing. I understand. I understand myself well enough to see this. Well, now and whenever I see you guys next, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming by. I screwed up my entire thing. My flow is screwy. But thank you all for coming by. Thank you to everyone who came by. I couldn't stay to the end. Now and whenever I see you guys next, goodbye for now and thank you so much. I'll see you soon.